Oh god, what do I do? What am I doing? Hello. Today I'll be playing Our Life. Yep. Yeah. Oh jeez, I don't know what else to say, but today I'll be playing Our Life, which is a visual novel game. Oh my lord, I can't believe I'm playing a visual novel game. Then again, the art looked cool, so yeah. I'll be starting the game now, so yeah. What do I click? New file? Oh, okay. There are various ways you can customize and interact with the game. This tutorial is an overview of how certain features work. You can read the full tutorial from the main menu to learn everything in detail. To start off, the game is divided into 3 time periods called steps. Step 1, childhood, Step 2, adolescence, and Step 3, teenager. Isn't there a 4th one? Our life is further divided into sets of vignettes that take place during specific periods of time. Those are called moments. Moments can be played in any order or skipped entirely. You can move on to the next step whenever you want by selecting that summer is ending. Steps 1 to 3 include 5 moments each, and more can be unlocked by purchasing DLCs. Some are out now and other DLCs will be released later on. Okay. You determine nearly everything about the main character: name, appearance, personality, pronouns, interest, skills, the relationship with major characters, and so on. You can decide to change the details as time goes on, with a few exceptions. Your last name, skin tone, okay then. Much of MC's basic traits are determined on a character creation sheet. As the MC grows up, more options become available on screen. Okay. As mentioned, one of the decisions you get to make for your character is selecting a name. You can type any name you like, or you can pick a preset name. Preset options are called voiced names because the name will be voiced aloud by the romantic. Oh, okay then. Haha. Only the default name Jamie is included in the base game. Hundreds more can be added. Oh, okay. The full voice collection of names is separated out as a DLC because of how large it is. If you're not interested in that feature, you don't need to get it. Okay. Each name in the DLC belongs to or was selected by someone who supported this project. On the character creation sheet, there's a... oh, that's cute. Not all things... oh, you get to design your characters. Oh, that sounds fun. Not all the things you decide about the MC appears on the doll. The script referring what you've decided for the MC is the main way those decisions influence the game. Our first person perspective of the character doesn't appear next to other character sprites. You can only see the MC as a decorative doll and in special cut CG. Oh, okay. I see. There's also a second type of special MC-based screen, the interest/comfort screen. Oh, unless you get DLCs, the game has one love interest. Oh, okay. Understood. Interest level sets how much you like him. There are 4 levels: disinterest, bond, crush, and love. Love is only available starting in step 3. And oh, hello. Yeah, you just came in just in time. I'm currently reading. Oh, I'm fine today. And you? Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, but I had my first vaccine on Tuesday. Surprisingly, it did not hurt like I expected it to. Although the aftermath kinda hurt, so like, yeah. But yeah, I'm currently up to the tutorial stages, so you came just in time. Can you hear me properly? Love is only available starting in step 3, and if you're at fond or crush in step 2. Oh, okay. Comfort determines how you generally react/think when it comes to him. These are 3 levels: nervous, relaxed, or direct. I see. Your level of interest and comfort will set the type of dynamic your character has with the love interest. What you did in the past will influence the present. The present and feelings can change over time. Oh, actually. Oh, I've already rested up. My arm doesn't hurt anymore, so yeah. Oh, am I a little low? Is this fine? Is this fine? Hold up. Oh no, I think it might be because I strain my voice a lot by force, because I try to keep my voice quiet out of habit due to the fact that I have family around here, so yeah. I might try to sit up straighter. But can you hear me now that the mic is closer to me? Okay, that's good. Your level of interest and comfort will set the type of your. I've already read this part. You get to pick your interest/comfort near the beginning of every stage of life. Comfort can switch between the 3 levels as you please. Your interest level can only stay the same or increase. Okay. Your current level of interest will become the new lowest option on the screen in the future. Yeah, this is kind of like my first. I mean, I was like, oh, the art looks nice, so maybe I'll play this next. You know. So yeah, I was like, okay, I'm playing this. The art looks nice. And I'm like that type. Yeah. You know how I choose books? I like look at the art and I'm like, oh yeah, this book looks interesting. And then when I read it, it turns out it's just not interesting. Like, it doesn't come out the way that I think it would. Yeah. For example, you decide to be fond in step 1. Disinterest will not be available on the screen in step 2 and 3, which will make fond the bottom level option for your relationship. What? Okay. Interest level has an impact when it comes to physically with Cove. That's the love interest's name. Well, growing up, things are rather simple. If you get along with one another and have a closer relationship, you can choose to I don't think that starting in step 3 touching can become nope. Oh, suggest. Oh no. You're telling me I actually have to do that? To make sure things go nicely with that, there will be an extra choice to determine initiate level and a bonus mini tutorial though. Okay then. Wish me luck. Basically, even if you decide you like Cove, the game will oh, thank God. You can always choose not to get together with him because choose not to accept or give romantic gestures, etc. If you do decide to date Cove, though you can't break up with him later. Interest/comfort gets the basics down, but it's the choices that appear throughout the normal game. Man, where's this game gonna start? MC and Cove. And it's not as only the MC who is impacted by your decisions. Cove grows and changes over the years, how he's treated and I want can I please stop the game? Hold on, can I skip this? I kinda don't wanna I know, right? Hold up. Maybe I should I've never seen such a long tutorial. Oh jeez, that's so bright. Oh! Skin tone? Wait, I wanna see the options. Oh, that's 2. What skin tone is mine? Is this close to my character's skin tone? Is this close? Or is this... maybe... round? What kind of... It's kind of round. Chubby, pointed, oval. Hold up, let me look at my model for a moment. I guess it's more pointed towards pointed. Peachy? I think it's close to peachy, but maybe a little more tanner. Oh, that gets a bit too dark though. Which one? Keep it like this for now. Eye shape. What kind of that? Let's see. Round. No. Oval. No. Nope. Lidded. Sloped. Yeah, let's go with round 2. Eye color. That's brown. Oh, that's okay. Beige. Yellow. Gold. Orange. How dark is mine? Let's go with this one, perhaps. Airi. There we go. Hair front. Hold up, let me nope. Wait. Oh, that seems close. Is this close enough? Front color. Oh, that's gotta be. Wait, I wanna see. No. Nope. Oh, jeez. No. Nope. Wait. No. Is this close? This seems close. Or not? Oh, no. Go back. Take me back. Yeah, this might look closer. Or maybe this would do. Oh no. Wait. Yeah, that might do well. Change page. Birthmarks. Wait. Oh. Wait, what's number 2? Oh. go with this one maybe. Do I actually have? Let's go with this one. Scars? No, I don't have scars. Nope. I don't have freckles. Hand size? Let's go with medium. Glasses? Nope. None. Change page. Birthmarks. Oh my lord. There's so many options. I don't really have a birthmark though. Scars? Maybe not. Maybe not. Let's just go with pants and shirt. Accessory types. Wait. Oh, okay. Let's go with that. And then 3. What? Wait. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm done basically. Done. I can't believe this is I'm actually playing this. Oh well. Summer in Sunset Bird was a special time of year. A usually sleepy town began to bustle. It was a popular tourist destination with people coming from all over to enjoy the beach, the weather, and the relaxation that comes with both. I see. The smell of the ocean, crisp and salty, hung in the air, bringing 3 whole months of schoolless vacation with it. During the summer, your mums didn't like you to wander too far outside of your neighborhood, so you knew the area pretty well. That included people. Families went from Sunset Bird, but they mostly stayed and did what your mom called putting down roots. I don't know what that is, but okay. They built businesses, they got to know each other, and they definitely said hello to the nice young kids who waved when passing their stores. Going for a walk around town mostly meant that the familiar, friendly residents waved or asked how your family was, or most often just said hello. Oh, more choices. Don't really get why they always had to say hi when they saw you, but you know the fact that you ended up saying hi to lots of different people. This is worse. Let's. I think let's go with the second option. You enjoyed learning all about where they were visiting from, and often hoped to visit those places one day too. But today there was a man sitting on the curb outside of your house. He was sitting with his head in his hands, his whole body slumped over, and you wondered if he was even a real person or statue that had magically sprung up from the ground overnight. Oh, is this the love interest? Whoever or whatever he was, you had never seen him before. One thing about knowing everyone in Sunset Bird was that people who you didn't recognize really stood out. I mean, no duh. It was rare for tourists to venture into the residential district, as your mums call it. Oh, I have 2 mums? Oh, that's cool. So for you, not knowing who was a total stranger was set off a lot of red flags. Okay. Your mums had a talk with you and your big sister Lizzie about this kind of situation before. Apparently so. Apparently it is a love story, but like it depends on the choices that you make. So like it could end up as one, or it could end up not as one. Oh jeez, what would I do in this situation? You mentioned that some people aren't good to talk, but other types people can. Yeah, let's go with the yellow. You weren't sure about this man yet. Still, you felt. Yep. You slowed down, your mind racing for ideas on how to get past him unseen, but it was too late to escape. There was a split second before. Oh god. There was a split second where your eyes met and you took in a shaky breath. Your eyes darting to the sky, pretending to stare at a bird who was hovering nearby. Hey! His voice startled you and made you jump, but you still didn't look at it. The bird landed on top of a nearby gate post, and its black feathers ruffled against the gentle breeze. Trying to keep your eyes on it was tough, especially when the man stood up and started to make his way towards you. Yep, I'll go. Oh. Do you live around here? What's your name? You looked the man up and down, taking in his tanned skin and relaxed appearance. At least on his clothes were relaxed. The way he was acting wasn't. He had sharks on his short and a stingray tattoo, and you wondered if he was obsessed with the ocean or something. It's probably a surfer. While you made your assessment, he looked at you expectantly, waiting for an answer to his question. Wait, log, I need to see what he said. Okay. Yep, this one. Great, nice to meet you, Airi. He gave you a broad smile, relief settling on his face. Oh! He reached into his pocket and pulled out a clean $20 bill. It crinkled in his hands as he held it up to you. Why are you giving me money, mate? Wait, why are you giving me money? Even more confused than before, you looked back at him. Yeah, why are you giving me money? I'm like 8 or something. Well, could you do me a favor? Nothing bad, sorry. I should have let me start over. He cleared his throat and stood up straighter. From where you were standing, it just made him look creepier. Oof. I have a son. His name is Cove, who is about your age. Yeah. He wasn't the only person like that in Sunset Berg. We've moved in across the street, see? He gestured towards the house that had been empty for a year, his watch catching the late afternoon sunlight and reflecting off the walls. The gigantic for sale sign was finally gone. You must be Airi Briggs, right? I met your mums earlier and they told me you were I got the age right! Oh my god. Am I a genius or something? Oh my god. He shook the $20 bill to bring it back to your attention, a hopeful smile tilting his lips at the corners. Can you try to be friends with the boy? That's a tall order for me, mate. I'm pretty awkward, you know. Give it a chance, and you can keep this. He's a good kid. You'll like him. But you gotta keep it a secret too, okay? I wouldn't be friendly to say, his dad sent ya. Oh, I mean, understandable. Do other kids really get their parents to pay for friendships? 8? I guess. Had your mums done that for you, Lizzie? The thought made you frown. What you say? Want to make a deal? Fine. You carefully plucked the bill from his outstretched hand, grinning at the thoughts of what you could do with that much cash. I'm not gonna spend money on anything yet. The sky was the limit with that kind of amount. The man smiled at you, his eyes crinkling at the sides as he did. Man, trying to read out loud is hard. Great, that's great. I'll bring him by tomorrow. I wanted him to meet and greet with the neighbors today, but well, I don't know where he's gotten off to. Probably ran off and just shied away from everything. Who knows, he might not like the new place. He laughed when he said that, but with the way his face looked at you, you thought he actually wanted to cry. If you see him, can you tell him to come on home? He's got a pink cast and glasses. You can't miss it. Okay. This definitely wasn't the normal ways kids made friends, you knew that, but you were still going to help. I mean, yeah, it's kinda obvious. The man smiled and reached out to pat you on the head. Paused before doing so, then pulled his hand away instead. Your mom's already checking around for me. Such a thoughtful group you are. Now I better go look too. Can't put everyone else to work while I keep sitting here. I thought he might come back and that's not what's important. I have to go. Thanks again, Airi, so much. You jogged off down the street without another word. You decided to check the hills behind your house. Oh, it's already nighttime? Step 1, first sight. Okay. The chirping of crickets in the tall grass greeted you, quiet and familiar. From the top of the hill, you could see the ocean. As you walked, you listened to the crash of the waves on the shore and the seagulls squawking as they settled down for the night. I don't like the ocean, I'm sorry. I've been to many beaches. You love to hear stories about the sea, about the... Yeah. You really couldn't understand why so many people came all the way from where they really lived just to visit the ocean. You took in a deep breath. You wanted to try to relax and couldn't. You weren't sure what, but something told you you weren't alone, so you glanced around. There was a boy sitting at the top of one hill, almost completely hidden with the long grass and white flowers surrounding him. His head was, he must be sad for moving to a new place. For whatever reason, probably just that he wasn't paying attention, he just hadn't noticed you yet. You watched him a minute longer, feeling a little bit like you found a deer in the wild. Did I? Though, deer didn't have... Yeah. Yeah. But this new boy did. You watched it as it fluttered softly around his face and wow. After a few more seconds, you took a step forward, then another. Then he glanced your jeez. The language, what the frick? As awkward memory. Am I reading fanfiction? You stopped, raising a hand to acknowledge him and show you weren't scary. Oh no, what'd I say? I don't know what to say at this point. Let's go with that. Wait, let me save first. With a start, he jumped to his feet, his hands balling into fists at his sides. He didn't say anything, just stared at you in a strange way. Oh man, why are you crying? He'd been crying. There were traces of tears on his cheeks, and his knees soaking with the hem of his shorts, and his eyes were still shining with a few more. You'd obviously caught him off guard. Yeah, no duh. His pink car seemed to glow in the twilight, though when he caught you staring at it. Oh. Something the man earlier had... Cove? Eyes wide, he studied you. How do you know that? You touched the money in your pocket, feeling it crinkle beneath your fingertips. I'm all knowing. Like, I met your dad. Oh, yes, a voice. So this is your hill? He gestured with his uninjured arm to the patch of grass surrounding you, his face falling at the prospect. I can't leave if it is. You shook your head. While doing so, you also picked at a strand of lint on your leg. What a weird question to ask someone. Oh. He sat back down with a thump, resting his chin on his knees again. Curious about the strange new way with the odd dad, you sat on the patch of grass next to him. The pure white flowers that covered this hill rocked back and forth gently as the stars twinkled above. The way they dotted the sky made them seem like flowers too. The night wind was cool as it travelled over the ocean and up the hill, chasing away the heat from the afternoon sun. Why are you here? A quiet hiccup escaped Cove as soon as... Oh. I was like, oh no. My parents. Oh shit, man. Oh no. Oh. Tears fall fast, heavy on his flushed cheeks, sticking in his dark lashes. Oh no. It was a divorce, wasn't it? I know how that feels. Oh man, that sucks, kid. My mom made my dad leave and he took me with him, and now we have a house here and I want to go. Oh, poor guy. The outbursts took you off guard. By the time he was done wailing, Cove's chest was heaving with exhaustion. He sniffled and removed his glasses, wiping at his eyes with the back of his hand before he pulled them back on again. Oh, poor kid. I want my mum. Stop crying. You're like, you have to get used to it. Oh my god. I'll just go with... I'm sorry. He slipped his hand underneath his glasses and pressed his fingers against his eyelids. Cove wound himself again for another long crying fit. Oh my god. You felt bad for him, being forced to come here with no choice. You couldn't imagine what it would feel like to live with only one of your mums, but it must be pretty hard. But from the way off in the distance, you heard your parents. Airi! Cove! Kids, where did you go? Cove looked at you, tears still clinging on his cheeks. Don't tell them where... I mean, he did move to a new place due to the fact that his parents are basically divorced now. I can see why he's crying. He's in an unfamiliar place and he wants to go home.
I want to go home.
Poor kid. I don't want to go back to that house. I want to go home. Wait, what's the log? You're struck by a sudden need to reassure Cove. I couldn't. I would not say this in real life. Oh no, I would say this in real life. Just awkwardly. It's not gonna all be fun, but isn't he your family too? Yeah, I guess. Then you can count on him when you really need him. You shot him with. Oh my lord, it's so loud. You shot him a grin and pushed yourself to your feet. Slowly, Cove stood up with you, still looking a little reluctant. His dad's voice rang out again. Cove, can you hear me? He looked towards the sound of his dad's voice, silent, then turned away while rubbing his hot, not bandaged arm. Sorry. Is there a way to wait, let me save this before? Yes. Let me save this for a moment. I need to do something about that sound. Menu? Wait, hold up. I need to do something about that sound. Nope. Okay, I don't know how to. Maybe, what if I... That might work. Hold up. Log. Oh my god. You called out yourself. Yeah, I get it. You do? Before you could answer, you heard Cove's dad even closer than before. There you are, bud. The trio of parents appeared over the curve of the hill. Instantly, all their eyes landed on you and rushed over. I do have two mums. Ain't that cool? Both of your mums were at your side in a split second, faces filled with worry. Airi, you're here after all. We've been at the park to check for Cove, but then heard what happened earlier when you met the new neighbor. I thought you might have gone off further away. No, we're just sitting in the grass. Why is you? No, we're just sitting in the grass. Thank God you're both fine. Were you two having fun out here? You looked over at Cove, who was wiggling against his dad's tight hug and pushing at his arms. That's a bit sudden. You didn't think that was the right word to describe it, but it weren't sure what else to say to your mums. Finally, letting go of his squirming, scowling son. Wow, he looks mad. Cove's dad turned to the three of you. Thanks very much for finding him. Also conflict? Wait, I still need to do something about that voice. Hold up. Is it config? Oh, so that's how it works. Voice? That took a while for me to figure it out. On screen text. I know, right? The pretty. Pretty. Wait. What have I done thick? Oh, text outline. No. Medium. Let's go with that. Is there a way to change the size of the text? No, okay. Thanks very much for finding him. I really don't know this neighborhood. Good thing Airi knows this whole area so well. Absolutely, we should be getting home now. It's been a long day for us all. Say goodbye, Cove. Oh. Man, I need that voice to be a bit louder. Hold on. A bit louder, please. And maybe a bit quieter here. thin. Let's go with thin. The two of them walked off in the darkness, heading towards the neighborhood. You watched Cove's bright pink cast until it disappeared. Tell you what, we'll have a proper play date tomorrow, okay? Your new friend's dad wanted to bring him by to see you and Lizzie. How does that sound? Yeah, I'd just say okay. This one. Both of your mums laughed, and the sounds overlapping into a warm, familiar chorus. Mummy put her arm around your... Yeah, they can, but for some reason the voices are really quiet. Well, this is the max. Mummy put her arm around your shoulder and led you to the path. Satisfied and more than a little ready to go to bed after your long, exciting day, you followed them home. Okay. Oh. What do I choose? No. Oh, no. No. I don't know what to choose. Let's go with indifferent and relaxed. No, wait, what is this? Oh, indifferent, relaxed, or nervous. Nah, just go with relaxed. Just save this here. Yes. Early the next morning. Damn, this is a nice house. What the heck? Early the next morning, you were poking at your food, eating it slowly. Your sister Lizzie had run out earlier to go play, but you stayed put. Today, just like your mums had promised, Cove was coming over to hang out. Excited to see a new friend again, Airi? Maybe we can become...
Okay.
With that said, are you done with your breakfast? Yeah. Good job. You should be here soon. Cleanup began, and then on cue, there was a knock. It was hesitant, like the person wasn't sure they were in the right place. Still loud though. We need to get a more obvious doorbell. I know. Airi, could you get it? Because Mum said so, he wandered over to the door. Hey Briggs family, thanks for having us. Mr. Holden, as your mums had called him, and his son were here. Cove looked different in the bright lighting of the living room, and when he wasn't crying. With his dad standing in front of him and Mummy behind you, you and Cove looked at each other. You studied Cove apathetically. This was the parents' plan, not yours. Not seeming any more excited than you were, he just stared back. Oof. What? Let's go with this one. Do you want to play in your room, Airi? Sure. Come on, it's upstairs.
Okay. Take care.
Man, poor kid, I feel bad for him. This must be really awkward for him. It's probably... Let us know if you need anything, you two. Have fun, kids.
See you.
See you later, son. Play nice. You led him to your room, puffing out your chest a little bit at the sight of your treasures. There were lots of stuffed animals and a cold bed, a window to look out. It was a great room. You hadn't had anyone to show it in a while, but you were really proud of it. You leaned a little closer to one of your drawings on the wall. I like this. Me too, I drew that. Thank you. I don't. It's either eeny, meeny. It's a eeny, meeny, miny, mo. What a time, na, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I don't get me. Eeny, meeny, miny, Mike. Go with this one. Okay, you smiled at him. You're proud of that particular piece of art, and you were glad he noticed it. I would be glad. I would be proud of this if I drew something that went really well. He turned to look around the room a little more, studying the books on your desk and the pictures on the walls. Yeah, let's go with this. You wanted to say something but didn't know what, so you let him keep looking. Then his eyes landed on the tiny box of beach things you collected, tucked away by your door. He took a step oh my lord. He took a step towards it before hesitating and pointing at it instead. What's that? A hoard of stuff I found on the beach.
Oh.
Do you have any driftwood in there? Nagging the box in the middle of the room, you and Cove flopped down next to it. I think so. Yeah, see? You gestured to a piece at the bottom, still covered with specks of sand. Neat. This is a good collection. You got the sense from the tone of his voice he wasn't just saying it to be nice. Or to be like... Silo? Silo? The frick is that? Does that mean? I don't know. Shallow? He actually meant it. Oh, right. I forgot. Sheila's gonna be here today. Sheila? Oh, it's a name. Lizzie's friend, or like her #1 fan, I guess. Do I have to see him? It should be okay. I mean, he's Lizzie's friend, not mine, but you know. Come on, check out my shells. Come on, check out my shells some more. I found this one under a big piece of seaweed that had been washed ashore, and you pulled out seashell after seashell, explaining where you'd gotten each one and pulling them against the light. There were big ones, small ones, pink, purple, and orange. There are pink, purple, and orange ones? Most of them you washed off in the bathroom sink when you brought them home, cleaning off the sand. Let's go with that one. You're really proud of your shell collection, and it made you happy that Cove was interested in it too. Nice. Apparently fascinated either by the stories or by the shells themselves. Cove listened with what looked like the full force of his attention. It was a new experience to be the center of such dedicated focus. I'd get really nervous, you know. Even if it was only directed at the shells. Kids, come down to the living room. Why? You could tell the idea was making him unhappy, but Mummy wasn't giving you much of a choice to hang around. Cove hadn't been like this meeting you. You guessed it was because he thinks you found each other by accident, not that a parent made it happen. Mr. Holden must be right that telling Cove his dad was part of that would be a bad idea. Before you knew it, you both been escorted downstairs and deposited in the living room, ready for Shiloh's visit. What a weird name, no offense. The two of you sat side by side on the floor of your home's entryway. I bought the shelf of boxes. I wanted to keep looking at them. Okay, but be careful. I will. You weren't sure if you could trust someone else with your treasures yet, so you stayed with him Lizzie stayed next to him while he opened the lid and peered inside. Cove reached in and pulled out a big orange shell. Oh, looks like he hadn't spoken out loud yet. He turned to you and held it up, his eyes shining. I think this one is the best of them. All of these options are good though. Oh god, that's my favorite. Cove smiled at you and you both admired the shell together. It was a giant conch with shades of dark and light orange. If you held it to your ear, you could practically hear the ocean. I found that one last summer when we went to the beach on a picnic. The two of you were still sitting on the floor looking through your collection of beach fundings when the doorbell finally rang. Cove jumped, startled by the sound. Since the person hadn't knocked, you figured it was probably CeeLo. He knew where to look for that. Lizzie's friend? You nodded, but that didn't seem to make Cove feel better. It was already obvious that Cove didn't hide his feelings well. You could tell what he was thinking right away. This isn't a good idea. You'll be alright. He's here. We can't tell him to leave. He's at our only door. If you go upstairs, he'll find you. Cove glanced around the room, his eyes wide, and finally paused with his gaze locked onto the back of the house. I can go out the window. Wait, is CeeLo a bully or something? He was already walking towards it, scrambling to think of something to say. You stepped forward, then paused. Good idea, let's go. I don't know what CeeLo's like though. Please don't get her. Good idea, let's go. Let's go with this one. I'm worried, what if something happens? The distance from the first living room window wasn't far, but you could tell it made Cove nervous anyway. He touched the cast on his arm. The wind had clearly released from his sails. I don't want to break any more bones. I don't think anyone wants to. Yeah, no duh, kid. Yeah. But I don't want to see him. I don't know him. Hey, if you do have a hard time with him, I'll tell him to leave. Is that okay? Okay. CeeLo poked his head into the living room. It was impossible to know for sure if he heard what you'd been saying or not, but you guessed that he had.
Hi.
Oh, thank God, it's a nice kid. I thought he was a bully. Hi, Airi. And hi, Cove. Cove gave you an uneasy glance.
Hi.
I'm CeeLo. It's nice to meet you. Aw, he's a cherry boy. Yeah, it's giving me so many choices that I don't know what to pick. Yeah. That's a bit direct, Cove. That's a bit direct, oh my lord. What are you guys doing? We're looking at shells.
Can I do it too?
Cove shrugged, then looked back at your box of beach findings. What about that one? The plan for the afternoon, at least as far as you were concerned, was to sit back and look at the beach things some more. You weren't really in the mood to do much of anything else. Hey, check out the scallop shell I found. Cool, right? It's a pretty color, kinda like my cast. The beautiful glittering pink did look a little bit like the wrap around his arm. Pink is a nice color. Okay.
Oh?
Is it your favorite? Not really. What is? Maybe green or blue. It might be yellow. Oh, those are all cool.
I guess.
Yeah. Like the usual, it didn't take long for CeeLo to get fidgety. Lizzie was his favorite. Without her, CeeLo didn't seem to know what to do with himself. And Cove wasn't like your sister. He wasn't much like you either. Is Lizzie coming back? I don't know.
Aw.
Where'd she go? I think she's at the beach, probably. She playing at her park? Cove's eye lit up at the mention of the park, and he looked towards you. There's a park? Yep, but it's old. Can you show me? I wanna go. He started getting up before you had even answered. Shiloh jumped up beside him in excitement. Really? You do too? You do? Oh, what? Really? You do too? Right, Airi? The park's fun. Oh man, this is so hard. Oh my lord, trying to read is hard. Yeah, the park's pretty great. Yeah, and it's right at the beach. There are lots of fun stuff to do and lots of sand. It has a jungle gym and a bunch of swings. That sounds like it could be cool. So, are we gonna find Lizzie? I don't know. I've never really wanted to see her. I just want to check the park out. Cove. You're kinda antisocial, aren't you? Adrift without any direction, Shiloh finally turned to you. Okay. He perked up. Both boys wanted to go. It was only fair. After getting permission from your mums, the three of you were ready to head out. It was a short walk to the park. Lizzie had convinced your mums that it was short, that it was so short she should always be allowed to walk there by herself. When you found her, she was hanging on the jungle gym, swinging back and forth. Hey Lizzie! Her face lit up when she saw you, her big brown eyes going wide. Airi, Shiloh. Hi. She dropped to the ground and landed with a soft thud in the sand. In a split second, Shiloh had abandoned you two and scrambled over to stand by her. You were used to being left out when it was just the three of you, but now Cove was here. You weren't sure if this was I mean, at least you have someone else to talk to now. Who's that? That's Cove, he's new.
Hi.
I remember. Hi Cove. Welcome to my park. Nobody ever comes to play here, so this is where we get together. She gestured widely with her arms as if to present the area to the newcomer. While Lizzie continued to talking, you took the chance to kick off your shoes and wriggle your toes through the warm sand. Nice, huh? In this neighborhood. You are? Dojo. Lizzie is the oldest. By a lot. My mum said you're Airi's age. Yeah. Thought so. I'm still. Oh, so she must be like 10 to 12 or something. Thought so. I'm still the only one in this group with double digits. What about the other kids? Other kids? There aren't any. We're the only kids here. Sheila is just visiting from another place. Not even tourists really bring their kids here, so this is the land of ancients. Be careful that the oldies don't try to steal your youth. Oh. For a second it looked like he might cry again. But something in his eyes shifted when he looked back at Lizzie. What kind of old people? Like mums, dads, or grandparents? Grandparents who don't have kids. They hate kids. Why? We haven't done anything. You interjected quickly, hoping Lizzie wouldn't take things too far. Cove sniffled, his hair creasing with worry. Lizzie was staring Cove down, but Cove wasn't even looking at her anymore. He didn't seem to care that she was here. He went into his own head. Oh no. Sheila was the next one to speak, completely unaware of the situation. Man, I wish I was more like Sheila. I met Lizzie and Airi in school. You'll see a ton of kids there once summer is over. I don't want to go to a new school. I don't want summer to end. Sheila looked down to the dirt. He hadn't had much luck striking up conversations with Cove. I like summer vacation a lot too. All the building tension in the air suddenly vanished when Lizzie laughed. At Sheila's discomfort at how weird she thought Cove was, something else entirely you didn't really know about. But she laughed, face scrunching up.
Okay.
Welcome to Sunset Bird Cove. Take a seat, put up your feet, and get used to it. That's right. For the rest of the summer, Cove was always there. You saw her more often than Sheila, and on some days, when she was in a bad mood or busy, you saw more than Lizzie. He became a staple of your everyday life, the way sun and lunch and the beach were. That first summer, you hadn't really been interested in him one way or another. He was just kind of a fact of life. Someone you met because he was there. Of course, that was only the start of things. Oh. Let's do shopping. Come back before it gets dark, alright, sport? The familiar voice drifted across the street and drew your attention away from the snail you'd been watching inch slowly across the pavement. Cove waited in front of his dad, pushing his green hair back off his face from where the breeze was blowing over his glasses. He looked to be paying only a small amount of attention as he was being handed a few slips of green paper. Reminded of you when you'd first met Mr. Holden, although he's probably not paying Cove to be friends with himself. Cove's dad seemed to feel your gaze somehow, or maybe you made a noise, because a second later his eyes were on you. He waved over with a smile. He looked happy to see you, but still felt a little weird for getting caught. You gotta learn how to be more sneaky. You brushed your two hands together to free them of sand and jogged over to join the two.
How's it going?
Good to see you again. What excitement are you up to today, Airi? Taking a walk? I found a pretty cool snail across the road. There are lots of snails around here. Mr. Holden grinned at you kindly. After you finished answering the question, Mr. Holden's attention returned to Cove, who was preoccupied with folding the bills he had in a tiny rectangle. Sounds fun, you know. You know, Cove was about to hit the stores by the beach. Why don't you go with him? You shrugged. Cove was in the process of making a similar notion. You didn't have anything else to do, and you hadn't been to the stores in a few days. Maybe there was something new to look at. Maybe. Is that okay?
I guess.
I was going by myself, but I guess it is. You don't have to. Great. I'm sure you guys will have loads of fun. Mr. Holden reached into his pocket and pulled out a leather wallet filled with money. You found it odd since your mums only seemed to have cards in theirs. Here. You learned to pass a crisp 10 to Cove, giving him a wink and whisper. Get something for your friend too. Sure.
Good kid.
That's my boy. Cove's dad ruffled his son's hair as he was straightening back up. The bill in his hand still held out towards the green-haired boy. Take care. Cove accepted the bill after a second and slipped it into his pocket. Then with one last nod to his dad, he turned and started walking. You followed after him, intrigued at the possibilities this outing might bring. Cove strayed towards the gentle tide creeping up the sand, and you fell into place behind him. It was a nice day. The sun was shining and there weren't many clouds in the sky, though the wind coming off the ocean kept it from being too hot. You took in a deep breath, enjoying the scent of the salt and ocean air. Let me just drink some water for a moment. When you looked at Cove, he was dragging his feet through the sand a little, and you slowed down to wait for him. His eyes searched the ground intensely. Cove startled a little at the sound of your voice, and mumbled a sort of. If you see any, can you let me know? You could manage that. You dropped your view to the sand, walking carefully so you didn't step on any. You were good at finding shells. You had a lot of them at home and always found new ones whenever you visited the beach. The comforting sound of the waves filled the silence with pleasant white noise, and you played a little game with yourself as you walked along, getting as close to the water as possible without getting wet. It resulted in you having to run up the sand quickly when a wave crashed in more than a few times. And although Cove threw a few glances your way, he didn't say a word. Yeah, he seemed altogether too invested in the fall to pay attention. You decided to watch the waves as they inched closer and closer to your feet instead. Abruptly, Cove stopped, then moved briskly ahead a few steps. What is it? Without a word, he bent down, picking something up half buried in the sand. You hurried nearer, curiously glancing over his shoulder. It was a shell, lightly pink at the bottom and bleached white at the top. Wow, so you found what you were looking for? Cove back up, turning his find over in his hand before unbuttoning one of the many pockets on his pants and sliding it inside. I pick up anything that's kinda cool. This is what I got this time.
So...
What about you? What do you do out here? Nothing. I don't like the beach. What? Cove looked taken aback by your declaration, wrinkling his nose as he stared at you in confusion. The beach must matter a lot to him, but that makes sense. His name is Cove after all. Once you reached the shopping area, the noise level grew exponentially. No longer just waves and footsteps, but the chatter of people enjoying the lovely summer day, the call of birds trying to find bits of food left behind, lots of salespeople trying to get attention. You sniffed the air as you walked beside Cove. You could still smell the ocean, but there were other scents now too: pizza, pretzels, and hot donuts. That's nice. The energy surrounding the area seemed to fill you, and there was a bounce in your step as you began looking at all the familiar sights. There were so many things to do, you didn't even know where to begin. You looked at Cove, hoping he was just as relaxed as you were. Cove was glancing from one side of the street to the other, with a look in his aquamarine eyes that you couldn't quite work out. What's that? Cove pointed to a large crowd of people gathered near a few tables with large colourful umbrellas blooming from their middles. You couldn't see past the adults who were blocking the way, but you knew there must be something worth seeing. Without another word, the two of you hurried over to see what the commotion was about. Feast your eyes on the amazing Alexandra. At the center of the crowd, there was a man with a tall hat and a funny green coat that had 3 long tails. Oh, that's a magician. There was a little table next to him with a cloth hanging over it that read "The Amazing Alexandra" in glittery golden script. Why tell people's name if it's already on a sign? Cove hummed with understanding, then turned away just as the amazing Alexandra began shuffling a deck of cards. Maybe we could stay and watch? Cove glanced back at the man, then briefly lifted his arms off his sides before returning them to place. You grinned, waving for him to follow you as he raced back to stand in the crowd. With that, it began. The magic man pulled one card out of the deck, showing it to the curious onlookers. It was a 4 of diamonds. Watch closely. You did, squeezing through a few of the adults onlooker to get a better view. Suddenly, the man snapped his card. Suddenly, the man snapped his fingers, and the card just disappeared. Whoa! Cove. The amazing Alexandra, who had earned his title, turned his head and looked directly at you, and reached out with a kind smile. What's this behind your ear? I mean, yeah, he always does, just sad. Maybe he's just not used to the place yet, you know? You backed away. It wasn't enough to deter him, and the crowd of people gathered behind you made it impossible to move any further. He smelled like popcorn and candy when he stepped closer, and you swallowed anxiously. You felt a tug, and then he pulled a 4 of diamonds out from behind your ear. What? You knew that it couldn't really have come from your ear, but you still didn't know how he'd done it. There was a light applause from the crowd, and the man gave a deep bow. This is for you. The magician plucked a pair of balloons from a clump of them tied down to his table. Both were in the shape of a dolphin instead of being a normal circle. And this one's for your friend too. Thank you for being my assistant. Wow. Now you were really grateful he chose you. After that, he went someone else in the crowd. Pick a card, any card. My uncle does that every time he visits, not with balloons. Not the balloons, the stuff for cards. Cove spoke plainly while reaching over to take the dolphin that had been designated for him. You saw a magic trick and you got a great balloon. That was more than enough to make it a worthwhile event. You thought that if you could find a card to practice with, maybe you can make it disappear too. Yeah, I do. It takes a lot of practice, mate. The crowd started to clear some, and you noticed to the side there was a whole rack of brightly colored kaleidoscopes on display. Ooh, these are cool. You shifted your balloon string to your other hand so you could bring the mysterious tunnel to your eye. A whole palette of colors appeared right in front of you, spitting into all kinds of different shapes as you twisted the end of the tube. Cove picked one up and looked through, twisting the tube at the end. After a second, he set it back on the rack, moving to the other side of the store. He went under the awning, careful of his own floating dolphin, and you joined him. I think I would have said nothing, if anything. Yeah. You stood in silence for a few moments, waiting for Cove to do something. When he finally moved towards some stores nearby, you followed behind him. Oh. While Cove looked at sand pails, you were drawn to a table full with colorful keychains laid out on it. They were sewn in a shape of sea creatures, and there was a plaque that read, "Handmade, standing proudly in front. Oh, I want one. I want the turtle one. Or the dolphin. Dolphin looks cute. There were lots of different types. You saw a dolphin, a shark, a crab, a turtle. Your hand stopped on the dolphin, so similar to your balloon animal. And it was made of a bright material that caught the sunlight when you picked it up. You remembered once seeing a pod of dolphins swimming out in the distance at the beach, jumping out of the water and splashing as they dived back in again. That was a great day. You were instantly enamored. Checking the price though, your heart fell. $6. You didn't know much about money, but you thought that was a lot to spend on one thing. Yeah, that is definitely a lot. Like, you really had more than $5 to bill to your name. Though that changed the day you met Cove and his dad. You still had the $20 bill Mr. Holden gave to you hidden away in your room. It was a grand sum of money, but you couldn't spend anything that was at home instead of your pocket. Maybe you'd have to ask your moms to bring you here again one day, now that you knew what you wanted. Is that what you want? Huh? Oh, it's $6. I didn't bring any money.
Alright.
That's fine. Are you sure? Cove took the keychain from your hands and that was that. He was holding a small yellow bucket for himself too. My dad told me to. You smiled, pleased to have things worked out. It was nice of Cove's dad to let Cove buy something for you too. You had to remember to thank him the next time you saw him. After Cove paid, the two of you stepped out the store side by side. Your balloon dolphins knocking together and spiraling around the air. You watched Cove hold his new pal up to his face, examining it thoroughly. Hey Cove, yeah? What the fudge are these answers? Never mind. Okay. Your Cove looked further down the street where different food carts were lined up. He rested his non-cast arm over his stomach, and just as he did, yours let out a light growl. You hadn't eaten since breakfast, and after all this wandering around, you were definitely ready for some lunch. Let's get some food. Yeah. You two wandered around for a short while, looking at all the delicacies that were available. Everything looked delicious, and as the different smells, both sweet and salty, wafted over to you, the stomach growled louder. Oh, that's embarrassing. After passing up hot dogs, snow cones, ice cream, and pizza, you both agreed on pretzels. Cove's got something sweet and cinnamon, and you... let's go with the same. You licked your lips hungrily. Oh my lord, English. You're fluent in English. English is your first language. How could you be so bad at it? You licked your lips hungrily as the vendor handed your pretzel over, ready to take a big bite. Your mums didn't like you eat too much sugar, but this was a special occasion. I agree. The little cup of icing looked too delicious to pass on. You found an empty table close enough to the beach that the grit of the sand made terrible noises when you dragged the chairs out to sit down. These balloons are gonna make it hard to eat. Yeah, I agree. Cove placed his bucket on the table as he stared at his still balled up hand that was wrapped around the string. You opened your mouth to agree before an idea hit you. I know. After carefully placing your pretzels somewhere wouldn't get sandy, you tugged the balloon dolphin out of Cove's hands and tied it in a delicate bow around his wrist.
Oh.
Cove bounced his arm up and down in place, testing the stability of your knot. After watching his balloon jostle around but remained attached, he smiled satisfied. Can you do it for me? He repeated the ritual. Cove struggled somewhat with the cast restricting, his finger on one hand and a string already tangled around the other.
Okay.
Got it. Oh, you're watching me while you're washing the dishes? Oh, that must be... Actually, I don't have to react to that. You're watching me while washing the dishes. I see. The two of you spent a moment admiring your handiwork, both hands now free to allow easy munching on your pretzels. You bit into the doughy treat, savoring the taste of it on your tongue with a smile as you looked out over the ocean. After a time, you finished your pretzel. You were done before Cove. It was boring not having anything to do. You pulled out the string of your balloon to bring it down to your level. Then you held the dolphin in your hands, manipulating it to make it look like it was jumping through the air. If you turned to face towards the beach, it almost looked like it was swimming in the waves like a real dolphin. A laugh came from your side. When you glanced back at Cove, he had left the remaining parts of his pretzels on the wrapper and he was gripping his dolphin too. Aww! When no one was looking, she transformed back into her true alien self. She has purple skin and 10 eyes. How imaginative. You sighed, wishing you could meet a real-life alien. What's yours? Cove considered this question, placing the balloon against the table and resting his free arm across it in contemplation. It's... With a loud pop, the dolphin exploded. No! Oh no. Oh no, kid, no. You can have my balloon instead if you want. Hey, frowning. I don't want yours. Oh, you felt bad for Cove, but you were secretly glad. You really no, I would give that dolphin to him. The passing of Cove's balloon was the last major event of your adventure. In the end, the two of you head back late that afternoon. You separated on the beach while Cove went straight home with his brand new sand pail in his hand. You decided to sit for a while. You watched the waves and the sunset fiddling with your new keychain. Another summer day was drawing to a close. It had been nice for the most part. Hopefully there wouldn't be tears next time. Yeah, I hope so too. Grown up? What's this? One sweltering summer day, you were in your living room with Cove, listening to the sounds of the birds chattering outside the window while you lay across the rug on the floor. Cove's dad had dropped him off earlier, and your mums had left the two of you along with Lizzie to play amongst yourselves. It had been too hot to go outside in the afternoon, at least according to Mummy, so your sister was starting to get impatient waiting for her golf class that evening. The three of you had trouble finding something fun to do. The beach and playground were off limits and you felt that it was too warm for anything like playing with your fuzzy toy animals. Then suddenly a light came to Lizzie's big brown eyes and a smile spread across her face. Having an idea gave her a new wave of energy. Since we're stuck inside, we should be adults. They don't play outdoors anyways. They're always inside telling everyone they're too busy to play.
Why?
Why?
Duh.
Okay. What would they do inside that we don't, besides use the phone a lot? Excluding a small huff, Lizzie decides to ignore Cove.
What do you think?
I don't know. Please, Airi, when have I ever had a bad idea? Whenever we can play with you? Oh my lord. They hate each other. I hope this is as... Well, okay, see ya in 5 minutes. I hope this is as fun as you're promising it'll be. Lizzie looked at you, deadly serious. It's the most exciting idea I had all week. Satisfied that neither of you were about to bail on her, Lizzie brought over her options while you watched. After a few seconds, she clapped her hands together and beamed, apparently having settled on something without asking either of you.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to be a professional golfer. Airi, you and Cove can be a beach volleyball player, a gymnast, or a tennis player. Why can't we pick anything we want? Because I have a fun idea, that's why. You're a little bossy, Lizzie, I'm sorry. And we have to play sports as adults? Yep. But there are other kinds of sports too.
Right?
It isn't the same. What do you think, Airi? Don't those choices sound super cool? You want that? You want to be that, huh? You nodded. And talking about it for now, you thought over the list of possibilities: beach volleyball, gymnastics, or tennis. You remembered Mummy had a couple of old tennis rackets lying around somewhere, but you forgot where you had seen them last. You could check the attic for them, although Lizzie probably wouldn't let you run off and do that now she had you here. Yes, that was clearly on the top option. Okay, I'm gonna be a tennis player.
Alright!
How about you, Cove? I picked volleyball. I should have known. Okay, so Airi... Oh, that's really specific, I agree. That's what makes it fun. Anyways, Lizzie marched back and forth in front of the both of you, getting lost in her own imagination. Yeah. I think you might be getting a little lost there, Lizzie. Let's just save. I won all gold medals and people are calling me the next Mickey Wright. Is he related to Phoenix Wright by any chance? Who's that? Lizzie stopped on the spot and turned on him, her eyes shining with impatience. Doesn't matter if you know who she is, it's a golf thing. You guys won medals too. Cove, your team was bronze, and Airi, you barely missed out on gold and got silver. It's more real if we're not all first place. You stayed silent. You stayed silent, looking at your hands. Next to you, Cove leaned towards Lizzie with a frown.
Sorry.
Then you're the one who did, not me. Lizzie looked taken aback by Cove's declaration, as though the thought of her losing was completely absurd. No, it doesn't make sense. I'm already practicing my golf game. She took a golfing stance to make her point, pretending to swing her club and hit an invisible ball. So what kind of house do you want to live in? Cove hadn't changed his mind about wedding, but thinking about where he'd live as an adult appealed him. Apparently because he looked back at Lizzie with some of the anger fading. I'm going to live on the beach. Lizzie made a face at him, poking out her tongue. That's kind of boring. We already have that. No, not like the normal houses here with a street on it, right on the sand by the water. Just like that, all the tension was back. You hadn't even had a chance to choose where you would want to live. That's not very smart or fun, Cove. You can't live on a bunch of sand and shells. But I want to, and I will. Cove narrowed his eyes at Lizzie, even though she stood half a head taller than him. You didn't give out a list of things to pick from this side, so I'm picking that. Why are we even playing pretend if we can't imagine anything?
Jeez!
Well, I'm gonna live in a mansion far away from home and far. Oh, yeah, they definitely hate each other. One with an indoor pool and a place to practice my award-winning golfing.
It's not fair.
How come you were yelling about mine when your idea is even more impossible? Yeah, I kinda agree. Lizzie's face flushed red and her hands balling into fists at her side. It's not impossible, it's better than yours. Disagreements always seemed to crop up when the two of them were together, and you always felt like you were stuck in the middle. But when it came to the topic at hand this time, you thought. You didn't engage with their bickering and instead dreamt up your own dream house. You weren't going to share your idea with them either. You already knew it was a good one. The beach. So you see, the two of them scowled at each other. Being so reasonable, you. I don't get what you want. This game doesn't make sense.
Ugh.
I said, because you're not. You had no idea what to do to make them stop. At this point, it seemed like the two of them would just keep working each other up as long as they could. Nothing you'd said so far had kept them from going mad. Thankfully, like a greeting card angel, Mum walked into the room. Lizzie rushed over, hanging onto the hem of her skirt and poking out her tongue at Cove. Lizzie, Airi, it's time. Get ready to go.
You alright with that?
Hang on, what was that? But oh, that's not a good thing.
Huh?
That's a... But he was
That's
no
enough.
buts. We both know you can show someone a great time when you put your mind to it. We're going to apologize to Cove and his dad over the phone when he gets back home from work tonight. Lizzie hung her head, dragging a foot across the ground in front of her. Okay, Mum. Good girl. You caught pieces of Lizzie sulking to herself and about how it was his fault too, but it was over. Oh, right, we better get a move on.
Let's go.
Let's go, kids. No, Lani, where did you leave the car keys? Mum hustled you all out the door, and you noticed during the car ride to golf practice that Lizzie was quieter than usual. She was usually the first one to request which music to listen to in the car, but she didn't say a thing. Your parents noticed she wasn't in the mood to be bothered. They gave her space, and Mummy just asked you what you like to listen to. You were happy to see it brightened her up right away, and she started singing along with you. Soon enough, her bad mood was a thing of the past. When the car ride was over, you spent the twilight hour watching Lizzie hit things with other girls her age. You didn't know much about golf, but you could tell she really liked it, so you sat with your mums and tried to puzzle it out. It was nice sitting outside after being cooped up in the house all day, and you stretched out your legs to let the last few minutes of warm sun. Oh, shoot. To let the last minutes of sun warm your skin. We'll just grab another sip of water. When the sun was finally out of sight, dipping behind the horizon, you all got ready to leave. Instead of heading straight home, your mums took the family out to dinner. You went to a restaurant you had been going ever since you could remember. The whole afternoon had been a bunch of shouting that you hadn't been able to stop, but you could kind of tell that all this helped Lizzie be less angry. The car ride home was quiet, with only the radio providing escape from silence. Lizzie had been in better spirits now, but the closer you got to your neighborhood, the more she wiggled in her seat and frowned out the window. She knew what was coming when you all got back home. Clearly she was dreading it. Soon enough, Mum was turning onto your street, then reversing into the driveway. Once she cut the ignition, it was dead silent. No one spoke, only unbuckled their seatbelts and opened their doors. Lizzie was the last one out. Once everyone was inside and done taking off their shoes, she propped her hands on her hips. So then, Mr. Holden's car is in his driveway, so he should be back from work. That's good news, isn't it, Elizabeth? You and Cove can hash things out before the day's done. I don't think they're gonna it's gonna work out or something. Lizzie didn't complain or put up a fight. Her head ducked so she didn't have to meet anyone's eyes. She nodded once. Good. Let's move this to the kitchen. Mum went over to the house phone, the rest of you following behind her. Mummy put a gentle hand on Lizzie's shoulder as they walked side by side. You watched them from the back. This was only happening because you told on Lizzie. Yeah. Being a tattletale didn't feel good, and you wouldn't want someone else to tell your mums everything you did. Still, your mum had asked directly, and you wanted to be a liar even less. The four of you stood around the kitchen in a lopsided square. All eyes were on Lizzie, who kept her gaze on her feet. You remember the number for Cove's house, don't you, honey? Lizzie jerked her head with another nod, sullen without further prompting. She stepped towards and began to dial. Mum reached over and pressed a button on the base. Suddenly, you could hear the phone ringing. She turned on the speaker. A phone rang a couple of times, then stopped. Mr. Holden's warm voice came through the other end. Evening, Holden residence? Lizzie looked over at Mummy, unsure. She nodded encouragingly. Hi, Mr. Holden. It's Lizzie. Can I talk to Cove?
Absolutely.
What a Lizzie Briggs? What a surprise, but of course you can say hey to the boy. He sounded cheery as usual, though definitely meant it when he said it was a surprise. You thought hard. You were sure that your sister had never called Cove's house before. Mum spoke up before Mr. Holden or Lizzie could say anything more. Her arms were crossed over her chest, lips pursed. Hi, Hi, Cliff Noelani. Oh, shoot. Hi, Cliff, Noelani, Airi, and I here too. Good evening. We're sorry to bother you so late. Hi, Mr. Holden. The gang's all here, huh? Is something the matter? His voice grew a bit concerned. Mummy was quick to reassure him. No, well, yes, but it's going to be okay. Liz and Cove got in a bit of a fight today. We were hoping that the two of them could talk and make things up. Is this a good time for you and Cove?
What?
A fight? Cove didn't tell me anything about when I came home. It does explain the funk he's been in tonight. He chuckled lightly. Despite that, it didn't seem like he really thought it was funny. Anyways, it's good you didn't catch us at a bad time. I'll go grab him for you. There was some shuffling on the other hand. He must have not gone far because you could still hear him calling out, "Cove, there's someone on the phone for you." After a beat of silence, there was more muffled talking from Cove's dad. "Come on, bud, Lizzie called you just so she could talk to you." It took a bit of back and forth, though the conversations seemed one-sided since you couldn't hear Cove properly. Eventually, Cove took the phone from his dad.
Hi.
"Hello?" "Yeah, it's Lizzie." "Yeah, I know, Dad told me." Cove's tone was defensive. Lizzie turned to Mum, scowling. One stern look from her though, and Lizzie turned away.
Sorry.
"I just called to say I'm sorry for not playing nice with you today. I won't do it again." Lizzie's eyes were downcast, her voice slow. You could tell she felt uncomfortable, apologizing to Cove in front of everyone. She was still feeling genuine about feeling bad. Cove must have realized that too, because he sighed quietly. "I want gold." Lizzie was momentarily stunned silence by the demand. "Oh, welcome back." You couldn't, yeah. Lizzie and Cove had a fight, which was not surprising. You couldn't understand why that mattered so much to him. "Alright, you win the gold." "Okay, guess I'm sorry too." A sense of relief washed over everyone at his acceptance of the apology. Mum uncrossed her arms while Mummy's shoulders relaxed. Lizzie's eyebrows raised up. You wonder if she thought that he'd refuse her apology. "Dad, can I get off the phone now?" You couldn't see him, but it was obvious that Cove felt awkward about the situation. He had come off uncomfortable. He had come off uncomfortable the entire time, really.
Yeah.
"Yeah, you can go back to your room if you want. Be sure to say goodbye first, though." Bye, Lizzie. Bye." With that said, Cove must have handed the phone back to his dad and left since Mr. Holden spoke up.
That's a relief.
All well that ends well. All's well that ends well, as they say. Thanks for arranging this. I'm sure he appreciates this. As Mum replied, Lizzie tugged on Mummy's hand to catch her attention. Can I go now too?
Good job.
Sure, sweetie. Thank you very much for apologizing to Cove." Mum flashed a brief smile at Lizzie and nodded in agreement. Given permission to leave, Lizzie scurried off towards stairs. She seemed to be feeling much better with the incident behind her. Mum and Mummy returned the phone, taking it off the speaker. They continued talking to Mr. Holden. You couldn't tell what about. You were glad that was the end of it all. Lizzie and Cove might not get along and probably still won't, but they weren't mad at each other anymore. Mum and Mummy weren't upset either. Everything was finally back to normal. With that thought, you retreated to your own room, with a spring in your step. Long day. It was another scorching summer day, the kind where no sooner had you finished one cup of water, you were already filling it up again. Me, oh my god. Everyone else had something on, so that afternoon it was just you and Shiloh. Things didn't happen much, especially since Cove had arrived. Without Lizzie around, Shiloh looked to you for all the answers. It made you feel nothing. Sheila went along with whatever you wanted, so it wasn't a bother, but he also wasn't that much fun. You drained yet another drink and frowned at the empty vessel. Your thirst was gone, but you still craved something icy cold and refreshing. Something sweet. Something like ice cream. Yeah. Nothing but a beat. Nothing beat a. Oh my lord. Nothing but a classic creamy scoop of ice cream on a day like this. There was nothing like that to be found at home. You knew that without needing to look. Your mums didn't keep sweets in the house. Oh, what? Outside, there was plenty of shaped places where such goodies could be obtained, but they were shops and demanded payment in exchange for their products. I'd sigh. As much as you really wanted that treat, it wasn't going to happen. What's wrong? I want an ice cream cone. Sheila, who had been draped over the sofa, perked up.
Yeah.
That sounds good. We don't have any here, and I don't have any money. Oh, let me check if I have any. Please do, it's hot. Sheila rummaged in his backpack and proudly produced an assortment of coins, plus one stray button. You set the button aside and counted the coins in neat piles. Just over $1, he announced this to Stilo. He had almost certainly come to the same conclusion, but he'd been watching you expectantly. It's not enough. I'm sorry. We'll need to find some more. Okay. The two of you lifted couch cushions, stuck tiny hands down deep crevices in the sofa and under the furniture, and scoured the back of drawers. Most of what you found was useless or gross. Bent paper clips, fluffy wisps of dust or sandy crumbs, but every so often one of you would strike a silver or bronze and add to the growing pile of coins. Wait, let me just save this again. Yes. Your mind wandered to the $20 bill tucked away in your room. It was enough for you and Sheila to get whatever you wanted and more, but you didn't take it out. That was too special to hand over her so freely. Besides, Sheila would be curious about where it came from and it might even mention your wealth to Lizzie. That exchange had been a secret. Oh, the exchange. Dusty and disheveled from checking every room and squinting into every tiny nook, the two of you finished pulling your finds. Sheila held his breath as you counted the coins again. $2.53 and 2 buttons. You didn't even know when the second button had joined the party, but you were too pleased with your successful haul to throw it out. Is that enough? You figured he knew the answer without looking for your confirmation, but the thrill of your success and the reward that would follow cancel any other feelings you might have had said about that. Yeah, you can now afford something at shops, just one thing, but that was definitely better than none. Shiloh clapped his hands. Yay! The two of you dashed outside, the promise of sugar buoyant onto your destination. Were breathless but happy. You stared at the overwhelming number of options. You knew what you wanted, but it wasn't just you who had contributed the funds to get the treat. He seemed to notice your pause. Aren't you getting an ice cream cone? Sheila asked as though he was entirely separate from the decision rather than someone who's with a stake in the outcome. Do you mind? Sheila cocked his head to the side. It was your idea, you should choose. Yeah, really. Pleased you bought the dessert you longed for. Sweet success. Finally, the reward for all of your hard work was in your hands. You held out to Sheila so he could take a turn. He shook his head.
You can finish it.
Aww. He didn't want any? After everything he did to help it? That was weird. Even if Sheila said it was okay, every story you'd seen on TV or read in a book said that sharing was caring. Yeah. You stood on your ground even as the treat started to trickle dangerously towards your fingers. It's only fair that you have some. We both bought it. But you want it more than I do. And getting play was a lot of fun already, so you can have it. That's more fair. Tongue twister. Yeah, I'm not used to reading out loud. I tend to read silently more, so yeah. That's more fair. You held it out to him. I want you to have some even more than I want to finish it. So eat your part. Relenting, Silo took a treat and gave it a taste. His eyes lit up.
Thank you.
It's really good, thank you. You smiled, pleased with your good deed. You picked the best one. Did he mean that? Silo was always nice no matter what happened. Even if he hated it, you knew he wouldn't say so. Maybe he thought it was gross, and that's the real reason why he didn't want to take some. You had no idea. You studied him as he ate a little more. He had every appearance of enjoying himself. Still weird. The two of you began to head home back as he ate. You walked side by side on the shore in silence, but your thoughts kept drifting to the boys beside you. Why didn't he speak for himself? It was almost as if Silo didn't know how to say what he felt or was too afraid to. Not being able to talk to people isn't fun, and you didn't want to be the kind of person people were scared to tell their honest opinion to. You considered asking Sheila about it, but if he couldn't give an opinion on something like ice cream, he wasn't going to open up about this, yeah. You hoped for the best. Maybe you were wrong, or if you were right, maybe he'd feel better about it soon. Sheila made you unsure about settling a label on the experience of spending the afternoon with just him. There had been good times and there had been confusing ones. You were positive of one thing at least. The treat was delicious and that was nice. The sun was low on the horizon as you returned to your neighborhood. There you spotted two very familiar figures up ahead, Lizzie and Cove. Oh shit. You walked straight over Silo at your heels. Once there you carefully asked what happened. Without a time machine. I lost my time machine. Right at I lost my time machine. After that one mission. Without a time machine, the only way you were going to find out was by asking the witness. Lizzie might have done something, but she could have been in the wrong place at the wrong time, or even come to Cove's aid. You wanted to hear the story. Cove, what happened? Airi, I got yelled at. He took a deep, steadying breath. Some grandparents got mad at me. Aw, sorry. Lizzie jerked her head in the direction nearby house. Your heart sunk. You knew exactly what happened. Every year, some mean old couple rented out the condo for the summer. You, Lizzie, and Shiloh knew to stay away from them, but Cove shouldn't have. They're like that with everyone. Even your mom struggled to find anything nice to say about them, but the elderly pair particularly took offense on kids. Yeah, Lizzie said. Lizzie drew herself up at that. She looked pointedly in your direction. I was helping. That's cool. Is there anything I could do?
No.
No, I'm just gonna stay away. Or you could teach them a lesson. There was a devilish glint in her eyes. What? You could ding-dong dish them, go ring the doorbell and run. It'll be great, cause they're slow. They'll never catch you. I think it's a bad idea to stay right away from them. That's dumb. I don't want to go near them again.
You're just saying that because you're a chicken.
Oh my lord. Cove glared but didn't take the bait. Lizzie turned to you. You're not a chicken, are you? I think I'd... You'd rather... You looked at the house behind closed doors. Lurked two beings, rich in years but poor in patience. Maybe they deserve retaliation, maybe they didn't, but that punishment wouldn't be coming from you. It was safer to stay far away from them. You couldn't live with it. You could live without the hassle. I'm not doing it either. Another chicken for the coop. This is a hen house now. If we're chickens, you're a lizard, Lizzie. Oh. She swagged her tongue at his face. Still better than a bird brain cluck chicken. The condo door opened, revealing one of the two culprits. The old man's wizened face set in a skull, which was to say he looked exactly like he always did when you saw him. Maybe that was his normal face. What are you kids doing out loitering outside my house? Or maybe he was just in a terrible mood. Nothing. Nothing. He repeated as if it was the greatest crime anyone could commit. Nothing good, more like get lost. It wasn't as if he owned this space outside the house, but Cove's I still read from his earlier tears were eyed, and you thought it would be best to heed the old man's command. Lizzie took off with CeeLo immediately trailing after her, without so much as a glance back in your direction. So much for your friendship. You waved your arm at Cove, summoning him to follow you, and ran after Lizzie. The old man's holler propelled you all from the street to the sanctity of the hill. Only once you were saved did you notice the stitch in your chest and the ache of your legs. Man, this place kind of reminds me of that other place in Steven Universe. What's that place called? What's that place called? Oh jeez. You flopped down the blades of grass, tickling your face. Lizzie, who had taken the lead in the end, was already lazing on the ground. The four of you took a moment to catch your breath and enjoy the feeling of cool grass against your skin.
Cove!
Hey, Cove! Cove lifted his head. I told you there were mean grandparents around here. Cove rolled his eyes, then decided this wasn't dismissive enough and rolled his whole body away from your sister. Lizzie chose to ignore his response and started chatting to CeeLo, who eagerly joined in the conversation. In the back of your mind, you knew you'd be sickened to fiddle again to CeeLo once Lizzie came around. It always went like that. My lord. Maybe there. You had been hoping the two of you might have come closer, but you had to let it go. You was happy where he was. You closed your eyes and laid just on your side and relaxed. Some time passed with you like that. It felt good to take a real break. Oh, okay. You moved onto your back with a small smile. Looked at the darkening sky. A cutscene, I think. The blanket of clouds reminded you of a thick throw you curled under on cold, rainy days. You wondered if the clouds would be as soft. They lazily floated on by, splitting from each other, merging and morphing into new shapes. Let's go with dolphin. You saw a dolphin leaping through the sky. You nudged Cove and pointed at it. Look, a dolphin! Cove joined you in gazing skywards. Yeah, I see it. Really? No, but I like dolphins. So direct, this child. Hey. Oh, it was meant to be. He chuckled at your reaction. All the sun's light faded from the sky and the moon rose higher. Lizzie got to her feet, dusting strands of grass across from her bare legs, and surveyed her surroundings. The ocean was visible from the crest of the hill, beckoned with every sweep of the tide. Let's go to the beach! There was no argument from the other two. Sheila was still Sheila, and Cove would never say no to going to the shore. He was a child of the sea. You wanted to go there too, so you eagerly joined the others in descending the hill down the water. You stepped onto the sand castle for the second time that day, but it felt different at night. The beach was nearly quiet at this hour. Abandoned sand castles and footsteps in the sand, too big to belong to any of you, were the only indication of how busy it had been only hours earlier. The four of you kicked shoes off and removed socks and walked along the water's edge. The waves trickled at your feet. I wonder what would happen if you tried to take a bath in the ocean with shampoo and everything. That would be bad for the fish. Yeah, I agree with him.
Jeez.
I haven't said anyone would do it. Jeez, you don't have to be so serious about everything. Oh no. Oh no. I like bubble baths at home. They're a lot of fun. Me too. Bubble baths are luxurious. You'd never heard Lizzie use that word before. Mummy loves to have bubbles in her bath. She turned the lights off and have candles. I'm gonna do that next time. Hey, when's your mum coming to pick you up anyways? Not for a while, she's busy. What about your dad? How come you never talk to him? Nobody does. Don't you know you're not supposed to ask something like that? Why would somebody want to talk about something they never talked about? You kept your eyes on the ground, watching your toes get swallowed up by waves. Even Asilo never seemed upset with this topic when this topic came up. It made you feel awkward just for having both of your mums. It's okay. I'm like Lizzie and Airi. I don't have a dad. But I don't have two mums. I just have one. She's really great. Oh, sorry. I only have one now. My mum isn't here. She's back home. It's just my dad with me.
Sorry.
Oh, I never had a dad or anything, so I don't feel bad. It's really sad that your mum's gone. Cove nodded. Yeah. Cove couldn't muster a response. You don't think he truly disagreed though. The silence broke with a splash as Lizzie kicked in your direction, cold water, sodden and splattered against your legs. Lizzie giggled, foot still outstretched from the kick. Cove joined in, striking the incoming waves to make a splash of his own. Sheila scurried out of Cove's sprays sown with a grin. Yeah. You're already too dirty, wet for comfort. Nothing that happened there would feel as good as getting dry. You got out of the water before anyone could catch you again. Perching on a rock, you scraped the wet sand from your legs as you watched the others. The sand came in thick chunks at first, like clay, but where it had been thinner, it had already dried and clung to your skin. Cove and Lizzie were relentless, while Sheila mostly just dodged. Sheila's brief exclamation was drowned out by the biggest splash yet, caused by falling face first on the ground. That would have been bad enough without the wave that followed, cascading over his prone body. Sheila sat up, shaking like a dog coming from the rain as you all hurried over to check on him. His hair was plastered to his face and his clothes soaked, and his soaked clothes clung. If there was any part of him that was still dry, you couldn't see it. That's crazy. Are you okay? Yeah, my foot got stuck and I fell over.
You dumbo.
Way to go, CeeLo. Dumbo. You offered her. CeeLo didn't take your outstretched hand. After a moment, you dropped it. Lizzie was too busy snickering to notice and held her hand out to CeeLo. Man, CeeLo, do you not like me or something? He reached over and took it. Slowly, he started to pull himself from the ground. Then he slipped on the slick sand, dragging him and Lizzie down in time for another wave to hit it. The water rolled over them.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. What were the odds of that happening twice in a row? You thought they must be low, but there was no way CeeLo would have done something like that on purpose, then pretend it was an accident, especially on Lizzie. Even if your relationship with CeeLo felt unclear, he did at least like her a lot. Lizzie was his favorite, right? Smiling boldly, Lizzie extracted herself from the ground and wiped a streak of sand from her cheek. She didn't intend to let this embarrass her. Sheila got up again as well, this time without incident. He looked like a drowned puppy, but that didn't stop Cove laughing at the two of them. With that, it was time to call it a day. The four of you made the journey back home, leaving a trail of wet footsteps and sand in your wake. Damp clothes may have weighed down some of the group, but your spirits were high. Your arms swung side to side as a cool breeze flowed past. Your moms were outside chatting to Cove's dad. We're back! Your mom's faces fell as they took in the state you were all in, ranging from messy to soaked.
Now,
Elizabeth, is that all you have to say to yourself? You brought half the beach back with you. They certainly did. What's Marigold going to do when she comes to get Sheila? Is that how you want him to be for the long drive home? Cold and filthy? Lizzie's expression turned sulky over the scolding. Being the oldest could be fun, but also meant she was the first to get in trouble when something went wrong. Yeah. Mr. Holden, on the other hand, chuckled as he ruffled Cove's matted hair. You've been out making memories, bucko. I'm glad you had a good time with your friends. Cove used his slightly moist cast arm to push his dad off. Mr. Holden's eyes widened when he noticed that he had gotten wet. Now he was worried too. I think they could have found a less risky way to spend time and had just as much fun. Nah, I think splashing water at each other would have been more fun. That might be right. Kids, what can you do? Come on, Cove, let's get you cleaned up and dried off. We wouldn't want that cast to have to be reset. Cove winced at the thought.
okay.
Hey, that a boy. Mr. Holden casually bent down and plucked Cove up off the ground, ultimately holding Cove against his chest. Sand was already transferring from Cove onto him, but that didn't seem to bother Mr. Holden. Cove protested being carried, but only got a reassuring pat on the back for his trouble.
Take care.
Good night, Cove. Thank you for the talk, Cliff. Night, Briggs family, and CeeLo too. Well, we better do what we can to fix you guys up. Come on, everybody inside. I want you to march straight to the downstairs bathroom.
Ugh.
Yes, Mom. Okay, Lizzie's mom. Don't worry about stopping to wipe your feet on the mat this time. That won't do much good tonight. Sitting on an old beach towel your mummy had Sitting on an old beach towel your mummy had found, you waited in the hall until you were less sandy. You weren't allowed to go to your room or walk around the house. But you did eat a sandwich for dinner there. It felt like an indoor picnic. It had been decided that Sheila would wash first and borrow some of your clothes. He was already finished and packed away in his mum's car. Miss Fields had come to collect him a little while ago. It was a bit of a funny experience seeing him without a hat for once. Lizzie had been more soaked than you, got in the tub next. It wasn't a bubble bath as she hoped. This was a no fun allowed clean-up session. At least that's what she claimed. Not much longer and it would be your turn. When the bath was done, you had to go straight to bed. After a day like this, though, you were glad there weren't going to be any further events. Drifting off to sleep sounded like a great idea. Oh my lord, this is such a long chapter, what the frick? Cove wasn't able to do many things that summer. When you, him, and Silo sat out on the shoreline one bright morning, you could tell he wanted to be in the water. But there was no way he'd be swimming anytime soon, not with his cast. The waves washed a single shell to shore, glittering in blue, another reminder of places he couldn't go. From what you heard about Cove's old life so far, in tiny pieces and fragments, you could tell that he'd do anything to get the cast off. Like a pact with a witch or something, just to get it off his arm. You thought about how his summer last year must have been totally different from this, with his old home and his mum and dad. But now he was here, with you and Silo and Lizzie and everyone else, and he couldn't even go in the sea. Yeah, poor guy. This town wasn't bad, it had all your favorite things in it, but sitting there on the beach, on the same beach you'd grown up, you could understand that not everyone else felt the same way about Sunset Bird as you did. You watched him from the corner of your eye quietly, and he finally said aloud what you had been pondering. I wish I could join in. Yeah. The water? Yeah. Oh, sorry. You're gonna be able to do it soon, though. Cove only sighed in response. Apparently, soon wasn't soon enough. It's so pretty, the ocean. And huge. There could be anything out there, like mermaids.
Yeah.
I can swim, but it's not like there's anything we can do about it. Obviously not interested in hearing much more of your input on the situation. Cove turned back to the water, but as he looked away, something about Silo's slow, careful movements caught his eye. Hey, are you building a sandcastle? Sort of. I was only playing around while you were talking. I'm listening. Maybe I could do. I've only made big piles before. It's really nothing special. I'm sure you'll be good at it right away. Well, how do you do it then? Sheila's cheeks looked up. You could tell he was a little bit uncomfortable to have Cove's expectant stare on him. I'll play too.
Okay.
Okay. He put his hands back to his seashells and sand and nodded. I don't do a lot. Here's how I like to get a house started. Shiloh, focusing more intently than you'd ever seen on him, guided the two of you through his process. It didn't take long for the three of you to each have humble structures prepared. That's all, kind of. You can do anything now, like make it bigger and add some seashells, carve a pretty pattern. I'll bet you have great ideas.
Okay.
I'm gonna make it bigger. Mine's gonna be a real castle. Cool, this one's gonna be a house. Look at the base of your castle you decided to make. A mansion. Maybe a house is more humble. Looking at the base of your castle, you decided to make a normal house. The better part of the next hour was spent focusing on your own work. The boys were the same. Even Silo didn't sneak as many peeks as everyone else did. At everyone else as he usually did. Oh my lord. La la la. A little. Oh jeez. Hydration. Drink water, everyone. You finished shaping before either of them did, glancing up from what you built. It seemed you got done so fast because they already searched around for extra decorations. CeeLo grabbed most of the really interesting stuff, and Cove had a lot of shells, but there were still options. The first thing you reached was a Lucy shell. It was the best fit for a house, you decided. The blue color of it still reminded you of the clear water. To put it in a funny place would take a second to see it. Pleased with your results, you finally took a proper look around that wasn't focused on the sand itself. Both Cove and CeeLo seemed super immersed still. You knew you could probably sneak a peek at either one's work. You checked out there. The castle Cove had built looked surprisingly tidy, especially for someone in a cast. He must have worked really hard. He wasn't even finished digging the huge gaping moat in front, but it was already enormous. You got the sense from the enthusiasm he was digging that the doctor was probably gonna find a bunch of sand when he finally removed the pink plaster. The silence was then broken. What's on top of yours, CeeLo? You peeked closer and discovered something shiny sticking out of CeeLo's sand chimney. Oh, it's just gum wrapper. It looks like smoke.
Neat.
That's good. It's good. That's smart. Yeah, I didn't think about that. You really know a lot about this. CeeLo smiled without a word. And that was that for the current topic. Kinda awkward. Airi, can I see what you did? Sure. You began surveying your work. You built a comfortable little house with a tree in the front yard. The tree had been hard to keep standing up by itself, but it turned out pretty well. CeeLo quickly decided to jump in the new conversation. Hey Airi, what did you do? This is my house. I built a house too, that's so neat. No one else has a castle. Yep, it's just you. Coase phrased it as though it was a point of pride. CeeLo's sing-songing tone gave the impression of something else. You weren't sure. Coase's confused face meant he must have also felt it was strange. There was nothing wrong with doing something different, you thought. Maybe CeeLo didn't feel the same way. If something is the only one of that thing, that makes it special. Yeah, for sandcastles and stuff, people do. My dad always says how everybody is their own man, a real individual. I don't think I'm very special. No, you're special.
Why?
Why not? Nobody else is you. CeeLo simply shook his head. I'm not different. A beat passed between the two. Cove then looked down at his work again. Okay. He didn't seem to be bothered leaving the disagreement hanging there. Cove had other things on his mind. My dad tried to get me to make sandcastles the first time we came to this beach. I didn't want to. Cove trailed off again. There was another moment of silence. CeeLo shifted and opened his mouth to say something, but Cove spoke up before he could. You didn't think you noticed that Sheila was going to talk. Hey, do you know what happened when your mums met my dad, Airi? You waited to see if Sheila could say what he wanted to. When he didn't, you considered Cove's question. I wasn't there, they didn't tell me. I just remembered what happened when I met your dad. Mr. Holden had been a weird stranger back then. Well, he's still kind of strange. No other parent acted like him, but you knew him better at this point. Now that you thought about it, it made a lot of sense that Cove's dad talked to him about people being unique. You were pulled from your thoughts when Cove continued. Oh, well, I was there. I don't think my mum has met your dad. I'm pretty sure she hasn't. Airi's parents and my dad met the same day I met her. I'm gonna say what happened. CeeLo found himself ducking his head. His hat cast a shadow over his face. Oh no. That was kind of boring for him, though giving people their own turn to say things they want was important too. I think so. We were talking, just not right now. Oh, Cove, that's a little rude, mate. When we moved here, we didn't bring a lot of things with us, only some stuff that would fit in Dad's car. We didn't even get a moving truck. I was in there while Dad had bored inside. I didn't really want to get out because I knew Dad would make me look around the new house. I really didn't want to do that. His lips twisted into a frown as he recalled that. Then I saw your mums. They were in a car too and stopped at your house. I guess they were coming back from somewhere or something. My dad noticed and waved his hand, then went over to the front of your house where he started talking to them. I didn't know what they said and I couldn't hear it, but he couldn't see me anymore since he was looking the other way. So I opened the door and left. I wanted to get away and went behind the houses. I found those hills over there, the ones where we met for the first time. Cove nodded then stared at you. You stared back. He didn't go on to say anything more. Aren't you gonna finish your story? Cove's brow wrinkled, like he didn't understand why you were so surprised.
Huh?
That's all that happened. Yeah. What is it? What? You said that in a weird way. I don't think I did. Why'd you bring that up anyway? There was a slight shrug of Cove's shoulder.
Well...
I was thinking about it because the sandcastle made me remember when I moved here. Dad showed me the beach first before we went back to the car to unpack. He was really excited about it for some reason. I get it. You thought maybe Mr. Holden wasn't that excited about the beach and was instead hoping Cove might be. But the line of conversation had come to its end. Even Cove was done with it. Some other topic had popped into his head. CeeLo fidgeting uncomfortably in the sand had made Cove aware of his presence again. They looked at each other. You could only wonder what this might be about. Hey CeeLo, yeah? Why are you always turning so red, even when nothing is happening? Clearly startled, he jerked back. Neither you or CeeLo had expected that to be how he got included in the conversation again. I don't know, I guess. Okay, it's kind of weird. Oh my lord, no! CeeLo, don't be too embarrassed. Man, you're kind of direct at things, huh? CeeLo's eyes were wide with embarrassment, and his lips twitched, and he was blushing even harder than before. Maybe it wasn't only this, perhaps it was simply the last straw, but it was a big deal to CeeLo. He hadn't just looked sad, he almost seemed panicked. You weren't sure if he was about to cry or run away or what, but you soon got an answer. Why do you wear glasses? Most kids don't wear glasses, and nobody is named.
Who asked you to come?
Just your dad bugging it. In a way you didn't know how to laugh it off. It seemed... Cove, I think you need to be a little softer. It didn't seem like the kind of thing he'd get upset about, though you hadn't ever known what kind of thing would bother CeeLo. I'm sorry. Me too, I was just wondering. Yeah. The day's gonna be over soon. Airi, you're right. The sun's going down so fast. We all went back to making more sand buildings, but the whole mood had changed. Shiloh's cheeriness was clearly gone, and Cove looked as confused as ever as to why the other boy had blown up. The air stayed— oh man, I should have chosen a different answer. The air stayed uncomfortable for the rest of the afternoon, right up the moment that Shiloh's mum appeared at the beach to take him home. At least he tried to do something to resolve it, though it seemed like it and it seemed like it helped. Even though Silo's smile when he said goodbye to Cove wavered, it stayed as bright as ever for you. They had to count for something, but with Silo gone and the sun going down, you knew it was time for you and Cove to head to your own houses. The two of you trailed out of the park together towards the neighborhood. The walk home was quiet. You passed by familiar landmarks, shoes thumping against the sidewalk in near perfect unison. Cove was clearly caught up in thinking about something. Yeah, something was definitely up, so you chose to reach out to him and ask, "Hey Cove, is everything okay? You're making a funny face."
Oh.
Oh, I was just wondering. Cove felt silent for a few more seconds, then sighed. Why'd Silo talk like that? When I said he was all red a lot. Oh. I really want to say, you were kind of rude. Yeah, I wasn't. It sounded like you were to me. I didn't mean to. I guess I can get it. Why would he do that? Sometimes I get really mad too. Despite seemingly coming to a conclusion, Cove's milk was still sour. What Silo said didn't make sense. Anyway, parents always talk to other parents and set stuff so their kids play together. My dad didn't do anything weird. You struggled not to make a face at that. His dad definitely did something weird to try to get you to spend time with Cove, but Cove didn't know that. Yeah, that's what I thought. Anyway, I knew the whole time Silo shouldn't have said things like that. You nodded but didn't speak. You kept your eyes firmly on the ground. By now the two of you were on the sidewalk near your houses. It was time to part ways. I wonder how— I don't know how many ends this game has. But like after the ending of the first step, I might stop the stream and stuff. Bye Cove. Your parents hadn't planned anything else for you though. You knew that. You'd see him eventually. Cove nodded, already turning away. Bye Airi. You made your way to your house at a leisurely pace, going up the driveway to get the front door. Before you went inside, you looked back. Cove was halfway to his house, his hands shoved in his pockets. You still felt a little unsure what you were supposed to do about the deal Cove's dad had offered. You didn't want to say anything bad or something you shouldn't. You might change your mind sometime, but there was always tomorrow after all. But for now, it was definitely something you'd keep to yourself. With a final look, you went inside your house. Fireflies.
Alright!
After tonight, we're gonna catch fireflies. At this blunt declaration from your sister, you looked up from your macaroni and cheese dinner. Fireflies were a familiar sight over summer, coming out on warm nights to dance through the sky. Today was particularly balmy, and you knew there were bound to be a ton of them around. Let me just drink some water. Oh my lord. My god, so much text. Oh, you are you? Yep. A wide grin curved your lips as you started to eat a bit faster, excited for what was to come. It seemed like you were too excited, however, as you started to choke and cough on your food while shoveling it down so quickly. Oh, I choke on my food from time to time. Mommy reached over to pat you on the back, firmly helping to dislodge the noodles and enable you to breathe again. You took a big gulp of water from your glass, giving your mums a sheepish look. Oops. That's a good idea, Lizzie. Can we bring Mrs. Briggs? Shiloh tapped his fork against the table excitingly, his face lighting up as he looked at Lizzie. It was unusual for Shiloh to still be here. Like always, his mum had to bring him over early in the morning before her job started, but normally she would have picked him up by now. She called before dinner to let your mums know she'd be late. You didn't hear why, probably more work things. You thought maybe getting to hang out with Shiloh for longer is what made Lizzie want to keep running around outside. Staying at home watching TV was never an option for her with guests over, so that's why you were pretty sure she'd get your mums to agree. Well, it's already so dark out there. Lizzie gave Mum the best puppy dog eyes she could, slowly spooning mac and cheese into her mouth while you waited there for her response.
There.
Let them go. Nights like this don't happen every day. Your parents exchanged a look, then Mum eventually sighed and nodded back. Yes! Along with Lizzie's cheers, you threw your arms in triumph, but waited until you finished chewing to say anything, because you knew it was rude to talk with your mouth full. Fine, just make sure you stay on the hill behind our house with all the poppies, okay? Those are poppies? Duh, Mum. That's where most of them are. The idea had only been planted in your head, but already you could just picture all the glowing lights spread in front of you, like the fairies from the bedtime stories Mummy read sometimes. All too quickly, it became a race to see who could finish their food first. Oh my lord. No choking at the dinner table now. That's right, if someone died, we'd have to cancel the Firefly trip after all. Mum said it like a joke, but you knew they were both telling you kids to slow down. Shiloh did immediately. When you glanced at Lizzie, you saw her still eating faster than she should. Elizabeth?
Jeez.
No one's gonna die, sheesh. A knock on the door interrupted Mum before she could, no doubt, scold your sister. I'll get it. Your sister jumped out of her seat and ran over to the door, pulling it open without even looking out the window to see who it was. Huh? You shifted in your seat to try and get a glimpse of the unexpected guest.
Hi.
Good evening, Cove. Your mommy had already walked to the door by the time you managed to see past Shiloh's flappy hat. Cove? You had no idea why he was here all of a sudden, but you supposed it wasn't worth worrying you about. Instead, your eyes landed on Lizzie, who was looking at Cove like he had come here to specifically ruin all of her plans. Then, for a few seconds, Cove said nothing. Billy stood there and looked at your mommy with a face almost like he was considering turning around and leaving. My dad told me to drop this off cause I guess he borrowed it from you. Cove took a familiar screwdriver out of his large side pocket. Eyes now dropped to the floor. We left ours back home when we moved. Great, thanks, bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, why not you come inside for a bit? Lizzie crossed off her arms and shifted her chin. Cove shrugged. And Mum stood from the table too. I'll give your dad a call to let you know you got here alright. Cove shuffled fully inside, eyes remaining on the ground. Mummy closed the door behind him.
Hi.
Hi, Cove. Shiloh gave Cove a friendly smile while waving by, holding up his hand and opening and closing his fingers. Cove nodded in response. You could see Lizzie eyeing you for mentioning the excursion to an outsider, but she'd get over it. If Code said no, you understand though. Catching fireflies wasn't something everyone liked to do.
Okay.
I want to see them. I've never caught one before. Too bad he didn't have a chance before now. The fireflies went out when he first moved in, and there must not have been any where he used to live. We can't go until after dinner. After she pointed this out, Lizzie walked back to her table and took her seat. There wasn't much left on her plate. Since this was very true, you decided to finish up your own stuff as well, and eyed what was on the menu for your family's meal. Have you eaten yet? Yeah, my dad and I ate earlier. What did you have? Eggs. The clipped wonder seemed to discourage Sila from asking any more questions. His eyes slowly wandered back to the last scraps of food on his plate. Her phone call with Cove's dad must have ended cause your mum came back into the room.
Okay.
Cove, your dad said you can stay a little longer if you like, but he's going to come get you before it gets too much later. Sure.
Fun.
Oh, fun. This will be so nice. As you polished off the meal you hoped it would be too. The three of you all finished eating shortly after, and Lizzie led the way outside. Remember, don't stray too far. It's fine, Mum. Silo trailed so closely after Lizzie, he was nearly stepping on her heels. Cove hesitated at the door. Coming? After a moment, he did.
Bye.
Bye, children. The two of you were a good 10 or 15 feet behind Lizzie and Shiloh. By the time you walked outside, you pushed the door shut behind you, watching their figures go further and further away. Let me just save this. Yes.
Hurry up!
You're so slow, Airi. We don't have all night. You started to run when you heard Lizzie's voice calling you, but paused when you saw Cove still walking at a relaxed pace. No.
No.
What? You weren't sure if that no meant he won't come, or if it was no, so he won't not come. But you were too eager to figure out or walk as slow as Cove was. With a shrug, you ran out to catch with the others. When you arrived at the hill, Lizzie and Sheila were standing on top of the hill. The fireflies were also already there. A grin nearly broke your face in delight at the bright winking lights bobbing around the boys, God, on a wave in the delicate moonlight. Where's Cove? He's coming. You pointed behind. Sure enough, after a second, Cove rounded the corner, still not in any sort of rush. Wow. Sheila took a moment to come over and welcome the both of you to the hill. Hi guys, it's really great out, huh? See how many there are? Yeah. A firefly danced through the air, landing on cozy green head. You took a couple steps slowly, trying not to spook the little bug as you admired how it glowed so brightly on Cove's hair. Cove raised an eyebrow and giving you a confused look while Shiloh giggled. You gestured to his hand and he reached up, making the fly dart away. Cove jumped, then followed after the glow. Oh look, Lizzie has one. That's amazing. Shiloh ran to the highest point of the hill, making sure not to lose his hat or backpack along the way. You hummed as the group divided and conquered, shifting your gaze to the dozen of other fireflies sailing around. The game was on. Yeah. Spotting one close by, you approached it with assassin-like stealth, crouching down to make yourself seem like less of a threat. Slowly dragging one foot in front of the other, you crept up towards it, arms outstretched. You close your hands around the little glowing orb, careful not to crush it. The firefly landed on your palm, almost docile, and you stared down at your prize in delight. Its tiny legs tickled your skin, and you giggled at the sensation. Cove kept up with his own target, but when he tried to grab it, his pink cast waved awkwardly through the air, foiling his efforts to clasp his hands around the firefly. Ouch. Hey, wanna see the one that I got? Cove didn't notice you. He was more preoccupied with continuing the hunt, hopefully without his cast getting in the way this time. That time that was fine. You had your own plans. You quietly took a seat among the flowers. The others were jumping and dashing all about. You saw how many times they succeeded and failed. How CeeLo almost tripped a couple times. It was a dramatic show, though around you it was calm. The light of the stars and fireflies surround you peacefully. It was a beautiful night. You laughed quietly to yourself as you watched the others, and CeeLo finally managed to catch a firefly between his small hands. His eyes lit up when he spread his fingers to take a peek at it. The bug escaped and flew off in the air. Oh! You watched as he pounced after it once more, but your eyes soon landed on Cove, who had failed to catch a firefly yet. Cove smiled at you for a moment before returning to the firefly he had been trailing with renewed enthusiasm. While Cove returned to hunting fireflies, you settled for laying back against the soft grass, watching the poppies swaying around you and the fireflies hovering against the vast sky.
Come on!
Airi, Cove, get up here. We're gonna have a race. Oh man, I wanted to relax. The shouting caught you off guard. It had been quite a while since you heard from Lizzie or CeeLo. You glanced over to see them both standing on top of the hill again, Lizzie beckoning you with quick hand gestures. If she was like that, you knew there wasn't much room for disagreement. Up the incline you went. From the corner of your eye, you saw Cove was coming up as well. He didn't care for Lizzie a lot, so you thought he might be intrigued just by the idea of the race. Hi.
Cove.
Hi, Cove, you can't roll down the hill or you could hurt your arm again. You'll be the referee for the rest of us. As Lizzie pointed this out, Cove froze in place. Oh, it was that kind of race. You frowned down at his cast. That was the second time it gone the way tonight. What? Yeah, you'll watch and see who gets the bottom first. That's important. Got it?
I guess.
Oh man, I feel bad for Cove here. The cast was sturdy. If he was careful, he could have done it. Lizzie might have just been looking for a reason to make someone else referee, but it was already decided.
Really?
Why, you don't want it? It's okay, I want to watch. You moved beside him on the top of the hill, even though Lizzie eyed you and made a face. Shrugging your shoulders, you refused to budge, and Lizzie let out a huff before throwing her hands in the air. I'm sorry, Lizzie. Fine, I'll be the neat winner whether you join or not. Lizzie moved to lay down and CeeLo did the same. Cove stood slightly to the side to get a better vantage point, and you stood next to him. Countdown. Cove stood up a little straighter. It seemed like he was taking his newfound referee duties seriously. 3, 2, 1, go! Lizzie and CeeLo took off, letting gravity do the work and rolling at high speed towards the bottom of the hill. You and Cove learned together. Oh frick! You and Cove learned for fucking reading. You and Cove leaned forward to watch them go, and eyes peeled for which of the two would reach the bottom first. Oh my lord! It's already 12 AM. They were both neck and neck until about halfway down the hill, Lizzie started to veer off the slide, giving CeeLo a huge advantage. She obviously hadn't noticed a thing, and as soon as CeeLo reached the bottom of the hill, he jumped up excitedly and threw his hands in the air. I won! Almost immediately, he fell back onto the grass, still dizzy from his roll from down the hill. Lizzie stomped out of the bush she had ended up in, spluttering angrily and brushing leaves in front of her dress. Not bad, you got lucky. Let's do it again and see who wins for real. Kids, it's time to come in. No. You snickered, feeling grateful you hadn't been a part of the mini debacle. You caught Cove's eyes and saw that he was doing the same. It had gotten late and was beginning to feel a bit chilly as you made your way out of the hills, but the cold air hadn't dampened anyone's spirits. The four of you walked back together side by side down your neighborhood street, discussing the evening, with each person trying to prove that they were the one who caught the most fireflies. You knew that whoever really did catch the most didn't matter much anyways. All that mattered was that you all had a good time, which judging from the smiles on everyone's faces, you did. Oh my lord, that took so long. I'll be stopping the stream here. What does this— wait, let me just go here first. Wait, no, let me save one more time. Let me just save. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna go here for a moment. Yes. I'll never get— okay, just this part and I'll stop stream. Oh my lord. I'll never get tired of that view. You stood beside your mums and Lizzie as the four of you watched the sun dip into the ocean, somewhere far, far away. You like to imagine it cooling off in the water, resting itself before getting ready to shine brightly again tomorrow. That was a fun day. I didn't know they had magicians on the shopping street now. Neither did I. Oh no, we're so dull. Let's get out more. You didn't do real magic, Mom. How did you figure that one out? Cause I know, that's not what real magic looks like. Yeah, you go yellow Expelliarmus and your wand flicks out of your hand. Or maybe yell out that killing curse, yeah. Oh Lizzie dear, there are all kinds of magic in the world. Lizzie gave Mummy a suspicious look, but didn't dispute the claim. Well, you can't sit out here all night. Time to hurry home and get cooking. Who's helping with dinner? Lizzie immediately let out a groan. Ugh, Mum, summer's almost over. The protest was obvious. You could practically see school over the horizon. You certainly didn't want to spend your last bits of freedom cooking dinner. You could do that any other day. Let's go with... Mum raised a brow, the corner of her mouth lifting before she pursed her lips. You make it sound like it's the end of the world. It really is with kids, you know. It practically is. You nodded vigorously, thankful that you had your sister on your side. Surely your joint effort would wear your mum down. Please. Soon we have homework and reading to do. We can't do work now too. Lizzie made her case, then stomped her foot into the ground. You mimicked her, feeling that would add something to the argument. Well,
Now.
come on. Oh, come on, Pam. I can help you with dinner. Mummy leaned in for a hug, and you knew that you were very, very close to victory.
Okay.
Alright. As soon as dinner's ready, you lot are coming inside. Understood? Yes, Mum. Yes, Mum. As, so much to do, so little time. Maybe I could still get the seashell bracelet at tinies and trinkets? Oh, or maybe the playground. Or the fireplace would probably be coming out, right? You can't go too far. Lizzie pouted at you as you pointed this out. Mum said to be back in time before dinner. It won't take that long.
I know!
Oh wait, I was the one talking. I know, Airi. A strong gust of wind made you shiver. Lizzie huffed as she wrapped her hands around herself.
Rude.
Doesn't the wind know that summer's not over yet? That's all Lizzie said before abruptly turning on her heel and heading off in the direction your mothers had gone. Where are you going? I'm going to my room. I have lots of plans if I want to make the most of tomorrow. You thought this over, looking off towards the water again. Lizzie didn't wait, and before long she was disappearing off down the road. You watched Lizzie run off, twisting your lips as you considered what to do. In the end, the pretty sky and the soothing sound of waves won out. You strayed off the path, grinning at the feel of the sand quickly filling in the empty space of your flip-flops. Oh no, it's fine, it's fine. It's fine, really. That was fun for a while, but you grew bored eventually. How else could you enjoy the remainder of your time at the beach? I'm gonna end stream once I'm done with this part, so yeah. Yeah, look for seashells. You walked to the shoreline, peering at any debris that washed up. Most of it was just seaweed, rocks, and trash, though now and then you'd spot a seashell. You picked up the ones that stood out to you until you had a nice little collection. It was a great evening, but soon enough you had your fill and were ready to join the rest of your family back home. Not too much further down, you spotted a familiar green head of hair moseying along the shore. Curious, you strayed off your path and walked over to him. Cove knelt down, picking something you quickly identified as a smooth rock. You reassured his arm back, then tossed it into... Oh, I read that wrong. Wow, oh my lord. He read his arm back, then tossed it out into the water. Cove jumped a little, and you let out a small giggle. Sorry. What are you doing out here? I asked first. Cove frowned and turned back to the waves. I'm not doing anything, just thinking. Cove looked down at his car, scratching idly at the pink surface, even though you were pretty sure he couldn't feel it. His brows were furrowed as he was His brows were furrowed and there was a frown on his face.
It's not fair.
It's not fair. I had to wear this cast for ages. I can't even swim. When do you get it off? Cove shrugged and didn't say anything. For a second you thought maybe he didn't know, but he finally sighed. A few weeks. Mate, that's not specific enough. 8 months? Oh well. You hoped the upcoming weeks flew by for Cove. It was clear how badly he wanted it off. Cove let out a huff, plopping down into the sand. I can't believe summer's almost over. You sat down next to him and nodded in agreement, regardless of the sudden topic change. I don't want to go to school. I mean, I would, but I don't want to go to a new school. I think it'll be the same school as you as Lizzie. My dad said something about that. Oh no. So why don't you want to go? It's nice as far as schools go. You'd only been to one school, but you were sure that his old school couldn't have been that much better. Then again, he didn't have to make new friends and meet new teachers. It could be kinda scary. Cove shook his head, then wrapped his good arm around his knees as he drew them to his chest. You heard a sniffling sound, and when you took a good look at his face, you realized his eyes were wet. Oh no, you're crying again. Oh.
I want to go home.
Oh, poor kid. We weren't sure what to do. It felt weird to just leave him here crying, but what could you say that would help? You frowned a little, starting to stand. Okay, well whoa. Cove gave his head a small shake. No, I want to go back home. Right, Cove wanted to go back to his old home. That one that was waiting someplace far from here. The one he would bring up whenever he felt this sad. It had been a while since he had moved in, but he didn't seem to feel any better about being here. He settled down into the sand, trying to consider what to do. Sometimes when you were sad about something, your mum said that to you. In the moment you thought it couldn't possibly be alright because Sarah stuff because Sarah stuff a lot lost his or you skinned your knee, or you couldn't possibly finish all your vegetables. But in the end they were always right. Cove. You're not going to leave, right? You'll still be around. The question was a little surprising. Your parents would have mentioned if you were going to move or something, right? After a second, Cove gave a little nod. Once I get my cast off, we can go swimming. You're fine with him changing the subject again? Yeah, that would be fine. Cove smiled and looked back to the waves. My dad keeps saying I'll get used to everything, eventually, that I feel better then. It used to make me angry. I didn't want to get used to everything. You spared a glance over at Cove, and you saw the anger had slipped off his face in favor of something more puzzled. But maybe that would be okay after all, as long as I really do feel better. Well, at least he's starting to feel better. I can't see it. The two of you sat quietly, just taking in the sound of the waves. Lost in thought, you started a bit when you heard a faint familiar sound. The sound of your mum shouting your name. You looked over the shoulder, realizing it was probably time for dinner. Had you guys really been sitting out here for that long? You stood up and dusted the sand off of yourself. My mum's calling, it's time for dinner. You should come. Cove looked at you, expression screaming reluctance, yet ultimately, okay. When you smiled, Cove returned with one of his own. But the two of you couldn't stay here in your own little world any longer. You're being called forward. So the both of you ran off towards your houses, leaving the waves and summer behind. Hey, end of chapter. Hey, in between. Oh wait, do I change my appearance now? Oh no. Wait, what's voice to name? No, I don't want to know. Pointed. Oh. Nope. Nope. Oh, what did I wear? I had longer hair, I guess. Then I cut it short. Ooh, I could be Miku. Let's see. What other options? No. 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 Ah, just keep it like that. Done. Feelings for Cove. Relaxed. Yeah, there we go. No, it's just save for now. Oh my god. Okay, ready. Yes. Huh? Oh no, this is the okay, let's do this first appearance.
What do I do? What do I do? No.
What do I do? No. Okay, let's just see what are the options. I'm scared already. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I don't know what to choose. Let's just go with this one. Glasses. He wears glasses, right? Yeah, let's just let him wear glasses. Shirt. No. Why are there no good options here? They're both kinda okay. Let's rest. Oh man, dude, what happened to your arm? Oh well. Necklace. No. Let him wear the necklace. But I honestly don't know. Yeah, let's keep right wrist. Just there we go. Yep. This is stupidly awkward for some reason. Huh? Oh, it's a change of style. Okay. Oh god. Let's just keep it the same. I don't think you're supposed to wear glasses on bed though. Let's just keep it like that. Huh? Is this for like outdoor sporting? Just keep it like that. Wear glasses, jacket. Yep, there we go. Good enough. Jeez, this is... August ended, September began. It was time to go back to school. Lizzie groaned and complained the entire first week. She hated going to classes. Still, there were interesting things to do that couldn't be done anywhere else. You weren't sure how Cove felt about it. He was enrolled that year. That was like a sign Cove would be staying in Sunset Bird for a while. At school, he was alright, but kept his distance from other kids, from what you saw anyway. Originally, he treated you like everyone else, passing by as if you didn't know each other, but as the years went on, the two of you acknowledged each other more and more. Oh, I got friendship. Friendship! A friendship had started to grow. That year, the divorce of... It was a divorce. I was right. Oh man, that sucks. Man, poor guy. That year, the divorce of Cove's parents was finalized. You overheard your parents talking about it, saying that Cove's dad got full custody. At first, you worried that meant bad news. It had made Mr. Holden cry, apparently. Then you found out it meant Cove would keep living with his dad. He would only stay with his mum a few weeks of the year. Cove cried too, for different reasons, you thought. It seemed like Cove and his dad might move again, but Mr. Holden decided to stay after all. His mum asked him about it once. He said he didn't want to uproot Cove's life a second time. It's so hard talking. Mr. Holden tried to get Cove to like Sunset Bird more. He kept encouraging his son to go out and see the place. Are you winning, son? Sometimes Mr. Holden volunteered you to spend time with Cove. I mean, I wouldn't mind hanging out with your sister and her little friend and getting third-wheeled by it. Yeah, I wouldn't want that. Nah, I think I'd rather hang out with him. You weren't sure how well it worked in changing Cove's thoughts on the town, yet it might have been part of the reason you and Cove ended up growing closer. Cove never talked to anyone about what happened to his parents and withdrew whenever it was brought up. It was harder for him, yet nobody knew how to help. Eventually, Cove stopped crying on his own. You couldn't understand what had changed. Still, you worried about him. You could tell he wasn't completely happy. Maybe one day he could say out loud what he felt inside. You can tell I am having trouble trying to read out everything already. After that, it felt like things had gone back to normal, except what was normal didn't stay the same. Years passed and suddenly you were in middle school. You weren't a kid anymore. Yep, must be around year 7 and 8 to year 9 and 10. You were 13 years old, and how old was I? 20. What year was I? Year 7. Ah, the good old days. You were 13 years old. No, you're more like a tween, mate. Holy crap. Why am I so bad? That officially made you a teen, even if your sister didn't agree. No, I agree with your sister on this. I agree with Lizzie here. You're a tween, not a teen. The toys and crayons that used to litter every free space in your room had been packed away somewhere, replaced by new hobbies. I still like drawing though. There were other changes too. Cove's cast was taken off. It was weird to see about him without it initially. Underneath the pink plaster ended up a long thin scar snaked across his forearm. Cove's cheeks flushed with shy pride when someone drew attention to it. He also went through a major growth spurt. He was the tallest student in his class for 2 years in a row. Cove will probably get that spot again next time. In class, people knew him for more than just being tall. He also stood out because of how well he did in gym and other athletic situations. Over the years, he became more quiet and reserved. You didn't usually see him talking to other people. Oh my lord, he's becoming like one of those anime boys who are just too into that sport. They're only good at that sport and they suck at everything else. Like Kageyama from Haikyuu. Ryukawa from Slam Dunk. Maybe. Oddly enough though, all of those type of guys in anime have like black hair for some reason. The only kid that came to visit the neighborhood when you were a little Silo, well, he was gone. Oh. He and his mom moved back south because of her work, just 1 year after Cove came to Sunset Bird. It had been really upsetting when he left. Lucy was inconsolable for weeks. But nobody talked about Silo anymore. It was a long time ago. Wonder how Silo's doing now. You learned some heartbreaking things became less sad the further away they were, even if they had never gotten any better. That was sad in its own way. Things at home were different too. You still lived in the same house and all that, but it wasn't how it was before. Ma dyed her hair purple, wanting something new, and liked it so much she kept dyeing it. You remembered calling her mummy as a kid, but something like that seemed awkward nowadays. And you were too old for the word. Nah, you're not always too old to call someone mummy. Lizzie felt too mature for a nickname too. She insisted on everyone calling her Elizabeth, so you did. Your mum soon gave her permission to go places other than the playground and shopping street, which she took advantage of. You really saw her around the old neighborhood. Yeah, that's pretty normal. In fact, she hardly spent time with you the way she did before. Elizabeth instead associated more and more with girls from school who were her own age. Maybe the difference between 13... Oh, so she's 15. Just no wonder. Yeah, I went out hanging out with friends, went to Armageddon once. Good days indeed. Was greater than the difference between 10 and 8. Oh, so she was 10. I was right. Holy crap. Technically right. You started befriending new people yourself, like Derek Suarez? What a weird name. He didn't live in the neighborhood or go to the same school. Whatever happened was him and Cove's dad struck up as business partners a few months ago. Since then, Derek will pop up in the area now and then. It seems like Mr. Suarez was happy to let Derek tag along to his work, if Derek had the time for that. Without a doubt, everyone and everything around you had changed, in small and big ways you had too. As time went by though, it was easy to settle into this new normal. Then before you knew it, school was over and summer vacation had come again. Wait. It was the first day of summer vacation. The sun was hot as me saying that I'd stop as soon as the chapter proceeds to continue playing. It was the first day of summer vacation. The sun was hot as ever, but you were inside and away from its harsh rays. Where are the pictures? JK. To be specific, you were... Oh hey, it's a computer. Nice computer there. I'd do either of these to be honest. Let's go with this one. You made sure to slather out a generous... Oh my god, I'm too outgoing for this. You were looking in the mirror, studying the clothes you'd thrown on. Your bedroom door opened without warning. In the reflection, you saw Elizabeth. Yeah, 3 hours. It was like 12:27 AM for me. In the reflection, you saw Elizabeth raise an eyebrow. Oh, she looks different. Have you been staring at yourself this whole morning? She ignored that, crossing her arms over her chest with a disgruntled expression. Clearly, she hadn't come here just to see you. Mom told me that your friend's at the door. He bought some happy summer gift from Mr. Holden. Mom wants you to take it from him. Say thanks or whatever.
Come on.
Oh, she's going through a phase, isn't she? Elizabeth said nothing else and left, having done what was instructed of her. Now alone, you focused on the mirror once again. I'd say I'm either this or this, but yeah, that. You could relate to Derek and how it felt to be smaller than people thought you ought to be. Your shortness seemed more drastic when compared to Cove, who was unusually tall. Man, what the hell did he eat? Vegetables? Protein? Man, he must have had a good diet or something. I'll go with this one. Things kept changing. With the height you usually had and what impression of that height was based on her age, it was confusing. Then you put the finishing touches on your outfit while ruminating on the situation. Careless as they had been, Elizabeth's word piqued your curiosity. You planned on going over to see what Cove was up to, so this worked in your favor. Your reflection grinned back at you. You were looking forward to seeing him. Indeed. You left your room, taking an easy time downstairs. second chance. Okay, that's the end of stream. Goodbye, JK. Oh my god, no, not yet. It's not the end of the text. Okay, you spotted Mum first, reclining on the couch. She held a magazine in her hands, which she was pursuing through. Morning, Mum. She looked up at your greeting, a smile instantly appearing on her face.
Thanks.
Oh, she looks different. Good morning, Airi. Thank you for coming down. Ma's at the door with Cove. He can't stay over today, unfortunately. Why don't you go thank him before he leaves? You nodded and made your way to the front of the house, just as she said. Ma was there making a conversation. She must have heard you because she looked over your shoulder.
Oh?
Look, you finally made it. Morning, sleepyhead. Ma reached forward and you knew she was about to pat you on the head. She was taller than average for an adult. Do you guys say adult or adult? I say adult more. For an adult woman. So at your height, you are absolutely tiny in her eyes. Yes, I must be pat on the head. That type of small affectionate exchange was nice. She placed the whole of her hand on top of her head for a second before lifting it back up. You're the last one down today, you know that? Morning. That's all. You really are sleepyhead right now. With a small laugh, Ma stepped aside. Cove was just as you remembered. Exactly how he came to know him to be. He leaned uncomfortably to the side in your doorway as the longest strands of his hair idly drifted in the breeze. His features were pinched in embarrassment. Okay, this is going to... At first glance, you figured it must be a bouquet of flowers. Then you gave a real look. No, instead it was actually real cut fruit. Oh, yeah, it does. It made a lot of sense that it was actually from Cove's dad. You had to suppress a laugh at this showing. You couldn't imagine how many folks buying this sort of thing for their own personal enjoyment. That kind of arrangement was built for presentation, likely to impress whoever was inevitably going to receive it. It seemed no matter how long he lived here, Mr. Holden would keep going out of his way to be neighbourly, and Cove would always be roped into participating. Carly smiled slightly at the sight of you. The sting of this goofy errand he was clearly embarrassed to be on eased. What? Hey, Airi. You earnestly grinned back. It wasn't weird at all, like it used to be when you were kids. As time passed, two of you started to enjoy each other's company. Now you actually considered him as a good friend. Good. And not someone you were forced to be bound to be around by your families. Hey, it's finally nice to see you.
Yeah.
Oh, growth spurt. And you're certain he meant that agreement. It was already shaping up to be another long summer with plenty of time for the two of you to have fun together. His awkwardness over the task started to creep back in, so Cove nudged the gift closer to you. He was ready to be relieved of it. And with that, the gift was accepted. Well, that's everything. Reluctant, though he said that he made no move to go. You could tell he was reluctant too. Could you tell your dad we liked the gift? Yeah. Mr. Holden's behavior was different from any neighbor you'd ever had. After 5 years you were used to his antics, and you'd since made up your mind on what your opinion was. Wow, what the frick? What kind of answer is that? He's sorta funny. Sometimes that could be a good thing, and other times it was a bad thing. Your thoughts were quickly interrupted by a shout. There you are! You shared a confused look with Cove. As one, both of you stepped through the open door into the neighborhood street. It didn't take long to relocate the source of the noise. You spotted Derek just a few yards down the road. He ran up to you. Derek was certainly a welcomed guest in your neighborhood. It was a pleasant surprise whenever he showed up. Huh? After stopping a couple steps away, Derek hunched over to catch his breath. He looked up with a wide grin. Hey guy and girl. I was just at your house, Cove, but no one else was there. Should have figured you'd be at Airi's place. Do you ever spend time in your own home, or are you always just there? Ha. Derek laughed at his own joke. He either didn't notice that embarrassed Cove, or the embarrassment was what he was actually laughing at. Derek turned to you. He was going to say more when his eyes widened and gasped. What's that? You followed his gaze, unsure when you realized what he meant. You're still holding Mr. Holden's gift. This kind of boutique of flowers, but it's made out of fruit. Nice. Can I have some? I don't know what to choose. Derek pelted at your words, not hiding his disappointment. Yeah, I know. Oh, okay. Then he nodded his head as if to clear it. Anyway, that's right. I came here cause I needed to say something big. He paused, possibly for effect. There's some other kid in here in Sunset Bird. Cove was as surprised as you were by the news. Such a reaction made sense. No one around your age has moved here since Cove did 5 years ago. Were they with their family? Maybe they were cutting through. Nuh-uh, the new kid's all by himself just walking. Is it Shiloh? Please, did you talk to him? Nope, I came to report the sighting straight away. Please tell me it's Shiloh. Huh? The kid had green hair, glasses that was pretty small, and seemed really upset about something. I hope he didn't leave. You blinked slowly and looked over to your longtime neighbor. That sounds a lot like you, Cove. When you first got here anyway. Yeah, I guess that was me back then. Derek snickered good-naturedly. I can see that really well, now that you say so. But what'd you say? Let's go find Cove's lookalike. We should all meet him. Is it Shiloh?
Sure.
I'll do it. So, I want to see who this person is. Please don't. Shiloh, we need to get the gang back. Derek grinned, then he pointed down the street the way he came. Last I saw him, the mystery visitor was going this direction. Nothing else needed to be said. The three of you were off with Derek leading the way. Derek brought you to the beach, and as a trio you made your way down the shore to the old playground. You walked in a familiar path in a comfortable silence. When you were almost there, you spotted the kid in question. His bright colors overshone like a beacon beneath the rays of the sun. Is it Shiloh? Please tell me Shiloh. He scuffled around, kicking up the sand as he paced. It was true. He certainly seemed upset, but you didn't think he was sad like you had originally pictured. No, with his erratic movements and scrunched up expression, he came off angry. You started to have doubts about his expedition. Maybe it'd be better if you left him alone and sort of let him sort himself out. You shared a look with Cove. He was equally reluctant to start up a conversation. Derek didn't feel the same. You waved wildly, calling out the boy. Hey guy, over here! That ain't Shiloh. The kid whipped around with an impressive scowl. Damn, yeah, you'd look madder. Carving deeper onto his face, his eyes were tired, but a strong hostile energy still radiated from him.
What?
Damn, are you going through a phase? What is it? What do you want? The sharp tone made Derek flinch. He shifted on his feet. What's your name? Oh, so it's not Shiloh. Jeremy, was that it?
No.
No, I'm Derek. That's Airi and Cove. We were just walking around and saw you. We wanted to say hi. There weren't a lot of kids in our age in the neighborhood. Yeah, so you know, it's cool to see someone else. Strangely, Jeremy grew furious by your response. If steam could erupt from a person's ear, it would have happened there. They did bring somewhere so stupid. Of course, I knew it. What?
My parents.
Right.
Right, my dad brings me to Sunset Bird too when he has come for work and all that stuff. It's not that bad. That earned a glare for Jeremy. Derek winced beneath it, glancing away. It was a struggle to remain friendly with this Jeremy guy. Yeah, I kinda agree. I mean, I wouldn't want to come here for a real vacation. Probably either. That's an understatement. This doesn't count as a vacation. It's a waste of time. A chore. I bet you're one of those kids who want to be near the computers or something. My parents' family is nearby and we just had to come see them. If they're parents, family doesn't that make them your family too?
I guess.
Oh, that's a pretty good reason to come by. Did you want to go somewhere else? No! Jeremy crossed his arms with a huff and turned away. They should have gone by themselves as they care so much and left me at home, but I'm not allowed to be by myself. Pfft, God. It makes no sense. They're the ones who don't know how to do anything, and I'm the kid? Who peed in your cereal this morning? Lol. I think I'll just keep quiet. You had no idea what to say to this, so you stayed silent. Jeremy didn't even notice, too focused on ranting. How do they always make summer vacation worse every year? You turned to Cove, lowering your voice. The two of them aren't similar at all, after all. Jeremy must have had good hearing though, because he caught the private exchange and scoffed.
Stupid.
Of course we're not Ooh. Apply the... Oh man. Of course we're not similar. My eyebrows aren't stupid. Oh my lord, that's a low blow, but that's kinda hilarious, mate. Co's cheeks flushed crimson at the insult. You couldn't be sure if it was out of embarrassment or anger. Maybe both. Come on. Yeah. Co smiled weakly. Special because of how rude. Yeah. It was pretty clear no words could penetrate Jeremy's armor of rage, but you still couldn't hold back your displeasure at his behavior. Wow, what is wrong with you? Instead of taking offense, Jeremy only parroted Derek's words in a nasally voice.
Wow, what is wrong with you?
Wow. This is dumb. You're dumb. Jeremy stuck his tongue out and skulked away, throwing more sand everywhere as he went. You watched him go hunched over until he became a speck in your vision. Silence reigned in his wake. The three of you tried to process what just happened. I can't believe it. What a mean kid. Derek wasn't kidding. By the sound of those earlier complaints, the new boy Jeremy was going to be in the area at least for a little while this summer. Derek sighed in dismay, plopping onto the ground. You followed and Cove did too shortly after. There wasn't much else to do.
This sucks.
This sucks. I was hoping we could meet someone fun, hang out maybe. He shook his head. After a moment, He slowly turned to you with a hopeful expression. But you know what would really improve the day? What? He didn't respond. Instead, he used a hand to point right at the fruit arrangement you were still holding. I am still holding this thing? What? You know, why am I still holding this thing? I could have just plopped it on the bench or something. No, I'm still holding it. You completely forgotten about it during the mini drama that unfolded. You had gotten used to the weight. Glancing over to Cove, you had noticed he was eyeing the fruit. He must want some too. Why not? Let's eat it. Yeah, it's gonna turn bad if it stays out like this. Derek perked up immediately at your words. He reached for a skewer, hesitating slightly once he inches away.
Are you sure?
Are you sure? You nodded with an eager grin. He plucked out a prime row of fruits. Cove grabbed one for himself. Only you were without a skewer of your own. Pineapple. I like pineapple. Pineapple was cut to look like a flower. It was the obvious first choice. This is amazing. Cove continued munching on hers, making a small noise with his mouth full. Oh my god, I used to watch that, my lord. Oh, the nostalgia you just brought to me, Derek. Oh my lord. Hey, you two, remember the land before time? The fruit thing made me think of it. The dinosaurs all like the leaves that were shaped like stars. Oh my god. You're giving me a trip back down to nostalgia, mate. What the hell? I'ma just save for now. Yes. Tree stars.
Yeah.
Yeah, chomping leaves look so delicious when they did it. And there was that scene with the pretty trees and all the dinosaurs came in and picked everything off of them until there was nothing. That's us right now. Awesome. Yeah, and I remember there was a whole meteor shower and everyone was just like trying to get to some place safe. Yeah, great times. Me too. The three of you continue like this for the next few minutes. Eventually the display was barren. It looked weird when devoid of fruit. Derek was right. It was so good you're already brightening up from the earlier drama. Hey Airi, yeah? The two of you met eyes casually. Thanks to what you said back then. It's nice not everyone thinks like that guy. Oh, it's okay. He was being a jerk. Derek chimed in strongly. Don't listen to it, Cove. He's the problem. People shouldn't say those kinds of things. Yeah. Derek then leaned back on his arms. He contemplated the sky with a content sigh. So, are you both ready for summer break? Oh my lord, I'm still in university though. My assignments. Let's go with... yeah. Cool on you. Wish I could say the same. It feels like there's a lot to plan for. What about you, Cove? Are you ready? I think that depends. Before you could say anything else, the light atmosphere was shattered. Hey, Airi! You glance over your shoulder to see your sister. She strode closer and closer, appearing none- oh no, it's the fruits, isn't it? I've been looking- So, well, it's gone. What do you mean, gone? You moved over to the side of her face. To her face completely. She zeroed it on the bouquet in your hands, which was now populated exclusively with skewers dripping in sauce and tiny flecks of leftover fruit pieces. Seriously, Airi, what were you thinking? We're supposed to be for all of us at home. She glanced at Cove, who sat beside you, and continued mockingly. Even if you did have an in with the delivery boy, this was up to Mr. Holden. Then how would... sorry. Not at all placated. Oh no, I think I hear the mean kid coming back. We better get out of here. Elizabeth blinked, confused, and looked around.
What?
What kid? I don't see anyone. Derek didn't bother explaining. He just launched his feet and ran off. Cove hopped up too, gladly taking the opportunity to exit the situation he followed after Derek. But he seemed to look to you over his shot. Oh man, you're leaving me. You're okay. You turned to watch Elizabeth, stared back, brow raised. You didn't make a break for it. Instead, you carefully got out from the sands, bouquet still in hand. When you straightened up, Elizabeth smiled affectionately over you.
Come on.
Come on, fugitive. You nodded and gazed at the empty bouquet. How would you explain what happened? Tell the truth. You know, you could tell them those boys ate it all. They bailed so they don't get to tell the story. Mums would never need to find out. Are you serious? She bumped your shoulder, winking cheerfully. What else is family for? You laughed together, making your way home side by side. Later that night, you found yourself seated near the kitchen counter. You and Elizabeth had returned early with the empty bouquet. Poor Mum, I'm sorry. Elizabeth said nothing about it and came to be empty, and the event was dropped without question. You think they were just happy you and your sister seemed to be in good moods. That was a while ago now. Your fingers drummed on the surface as you waited. Your gaze trained on the phone. You're waiting on a call tonight, specifically from your cousin Lendra. You didn't want to miss it accidentally. Your aunt, uncle, and Lees used to live many hours away. Your families only saw each other a few times a year for big occasions. A while back though, they moved and were closer to you than before. You now hung out regularly. With school being out, you're positive she's gonna come over a lot. The two of you were the same age and got along well. She used to be really fond of Elizabeth too, but now that your sister has become allergic to interacting with her own family, she definitely isn't that age. With her own family, it tended to be just you and Lee who spent time together. You weren't at all that close with any other girls your age. They all just happened to not be girls here. Then the shrill ringtone announced an incoming call. You jumped before grabbing the receiver and pressing it to your ear. Hello?
Hi!
Oh, she's pretty. Hi, Airi, it's Lee. That's my last name. I'm glad it's you for a second there. I thought it might be one of Elizabeth's friends. There was static on the Lee as if Lee was shifting wherever she was. So, can you believe school's actually over? I thought it could never be done. Now we don't have to do any of that boring stuff and we get to hang out whenever we want. Speaking of hanging out, Lee, can you wait for a second? Let me just head to my room.
Oh yeah.
You got up from your seat at the counter. Luckily, the phone was wireless, so you didn't have to worry about any cords tying you down. Your mom's had a rule about not moving the phone unless a call was in progress, which was why you had been sat by its cradle waiting for Lee to call. You thought that makes sense, yeah. It was nice keeping everything in its proper place. But now that Lee had called, it was okay for you to go upstairs to your bedroom and talk to her. You made your way upstairs smiling. After you had arrived, you shut the bedroom door firmly behind you. You took a seat on your bed. Alright, I'm here. Cool. Hey, did you know the girl down the street from me has her own phone now? A cell phone. She doesn't have to wait for someone else to stop using it or anything. Wow, really? Oh my lord, is this pre-cell phone era? The thought of someone having a phone that was all their own seemed unbelievable to you. Right, I wish I had one too, but my parents said I couldn't get my own phone until I'm more of a grown-up. I wish they'd changed their mind. We could call each other every single day and no one would be able to stop us. How great would that be? Yeah, we could even stay up late talking about whatever we want. Lee sighed thoughtfully into the receiver. At least they said I could have her someday. I can't wait. She sighed dramatically. I bet I'm not gonna get one until I'm all the way in college. You might be getting one a little sooner than you think. I had mine around year 8. 12, I think. Around the age of 12. Last year in primary school. Great times indeed. Very excited. It was a Samsung S3 Mini. Very durable. Every time I dropped it, it didn't break, nor had a crack. But then again, I was like kind of careful with my phone. Still am careful with a lot of my phones. With all the phones that I had. So yeah. I bet I'm not gonna get one until I'm all the way in college. Squeezing the phone between your shoulder and ear, you puffed up your pillow and made yourself more comfy. It's strange to think of a time when normal school would be over and you have to choose whether or not to go to a college. School was such a big part of your life now. Let's go the yellow one. You guessed that was reasonable enough? You fell all. Grades weren't the most important thing, no matter how good or bad they ended up being. Yeah. You tried to sound engaged, but your mind had decided to go back to school, despite the season. Lee knew you too well to be fooled.
What's up?
You sound so spacey. What's up? Just thinking about school. Oh, Lee groaned. Are you thinking about how we don't have to think about it? Because it's summer? That's what I'm doing. No matter how much you wanted to enjoy your free time, the creeping dread of knowing that it would come to an end was always there beside you. I get what you mean. Though I guess school isn't always the way bad. You can do some good things there. You can just go do more when school's out. Yeah, that could be cool. I just wish everyone did okay with how they taught things, just not some people.
Me too.
Trim's pretty great though. Played a lot of rugby. Actually, I hate rugby. I like dodgeball. Oh yeah, it can be fun sometimes. But that was all. And that's pretty much everything that's good about school. Oh, I forgot about lunch. Frick. You know, we used to like run out and play one man. That was a good time. Especially kind of like you tag someone, like someone's it, and when they tag someone else, they're also it. But like the first person who was it before is still it, so it basically you have to make everyone else become it, and the last one who stays alive wins. It's basically a battle royale, if anything, but it's tag battle royale. There's pretty much everything that's good about, and that's pretty much everything that's good about school. Man, when is this gonna end? Okay, point taken. Now I decree the topic of school is officially closed. Yes, I agree with that too. Now, we have to talk about this summer. First, before we start plotting the rest of our lives. I've got some plans already. Ooh, tell me. I'm gonna visit my cousins. You chuckled, of course. What's something you want to do? The first thing that comes to your head. I've got some art supplies. I can't wait to try them out. I can't wait to see what you make. You leaned back in bed, settling in as you continued chatting with your friend. Even though it hadn't been that long since you saw her, and you'd be seeing her soon, You found plenty to talk about. For once, the events of the day, you sat up straighter. I was with Cove and Derek today, and we met a new kid. Like at your neighborhood? Mm-hmm. His parents are visiting family, so it sounds like he'll be around for a little while. I don't know how long though. What was he like? Mean. He kept snapping when we were trying to, when all we were trying to do was talk to him. He just kept being rude to everyone. Especially Cove, it was awful. I don't think I want to meet him. You want a boy to stay away before even meeting him? That's an interesting twist. Your cousin was pretty popular with boys who knew her. She seemed happy enough to have them around until they start to annoy her. I mean, I can see why. You're very pretty. Like, look at that. What genes did you went through? Who are you to talk? Cove and Derek are always around. They're both boys, you know. Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything about that. Lee laughed at your silence, deeply amused. Even though she couldn't see, you shook your head at her, grinning to yourself. There was a stomping noise approaching your room, heralding the arrival of your irritated older sister. She flung the door open with a frown etched on her face. The little adventurer from earlier hadn't gotten you any will this time, it seemed.
Come on.
Oh my lord. How long are you gonna hog the phone? Man, I guess getting a cell phone would be nice. Glancing at your watch, you realize the quick call has gone much longer than anticipated. Elizabeth held out her hand, the other one lodged on her hip. She noticed the realization on your face. Time's up. Oh, okay. I'm gonna stop stream soon too.
Bye!
Okay, see ya. Tell Elizabeth and your mums I said hi to. See ya next time, evil King Frog. You barely pressed the end button when Elizabeth whisked the handset from your fingers and began dialing someone new as she strode out of the room. Your mom's voice called from downstairs. Hey, has anyone seen the phone? I'm using it. With that, she shut your door behind you. Silence was left in the wake. That was the only way to end your first day of summer break. Sometime later, it had gotten dark outside, and you laid in bed wide awake. Your window rattled all of a sudden, startling you badly. You flinched, staring over at it with forward brows. From your vantage point, you saw only the moon and an open sky. You were... What had caused that noise? Frowning, you sat up and moved closer to the window. You might as well find the reason behind the disturbance. To your utter shock, your gaze was met by a pair of familiar ocean blue eyes. Cove? You squinted. Yep, Cove was right outside your window. Your house was very angular and some parts stuck out further than others, so theoretically it wouldn't be hard to climb around on. Still, just because somebody didn't mean you expect it to ever happen. To his credit, Cove was doing fine. His feet was braced against a random section. Jesus Christ, mate! And the effect to keep him upright. He easily lifted a hand and waved at you from the other side of the glass. You hurriedly opened the window. Cove climbed over the ledge, releasing a breath once he was safely inside. Man, are you on a rebellious phase right now? Dude, why you do this?
Hey.
Hey, Airi. Amazing retrieve. That I wanted to see you. I figured this was the only way. If I rang the doorbell, I know your mums would have answered and they'd just make me go home. I didn't really want to explain why I was coming over anyways. I don't want to talk about it. Well, besides with you, I mean, that's why I did that. As unexpected as this was, you were touched. You were touched. Cove felt he could tell what was wrong. I might have tried calling or something, except my dad's on the phone. Cove suddenly looked very cross. Dad, he was talking to Mum, still was probably. You raised your eyebrows. Cove had eavesdropped on his parents' phone conversation? There are other things to talk about. Are you going to stay with your mum for a while again? Every year, Cove was sent off to live with his mum for a few weeks. When it happened, it varied. Sometimes he would go during winter break, but usually he went during summer. Even though it was hard news when you found out he was leaving and you missed seeing him those weeks, you understood. To your surprise, however, he shook his head. That's what I thought, but no, that's not what they were saying. My dad asked my mum not to leave me, not to have me leave this year. He said she could stay with us here. We waited for him to continue, but he didn't. The conversation abruptly dropped off. You couldn't help but stare at Cove. There was a complicated mix of expressions on his face. Yeah, I can see that. What did your mum say? She told him she'd come. I know she's coming soon before school starts. Oh. You heard Cove talk about his mum a lot over the years. He told you past memories of what happened while he was visiting her. Still, it was one thing to hear about someone and another to actually meet them very soon. You're going to see Cove's mum in person. You were taken aback by the news, so you could only imagine how Cove felt. When is this gonna be done? It's 1 now? I gotta stop stream. You looked over at him. He was pacing across your room, his features pained with dread. Before, they barely stayed in the same room long enough to have lunch. Now we're gonna be all together again, the three of us, after all this time, just for a few weeks. I know, Cove. I know I should probably be happy they can talk to each other now. I'm still not. I'm just confused and freaked out, and now I feel really bad for feeling this way. Yet so, his fists tightened and his eyes become misty. I shouldn't keep getting like this. It's been a long time already. I'm not a little kid. Though he wouldn't meet your eyes, you knew he was waiting for you to say something. Cove blinked, the beginnings of tears away, snuffling. Yep. He seemed to feel at least a bit more comfortable after the mutual agreement that the situation was crummy. A momentary silence fell over the two of you. You marveled at how the day started. You had woken up eager for summer vacation, but now things seemed so crazy. The mini tobacco with Mr. Holden's gift to the newest addition to the neighborhood being so rude, and if all that wasn't enough, now Cove's mom would be living with Cove and his dad again. Your whole life was kind of like that. It seemed complicated and hard and different. Why couldn't things just get better with this time? Airi? The sound of your name said quietly, pulled from your thoughts. Cove gazed at you, concerned.
Are you okay?
You don't have to forget about yourself for me. You know, I think I don't want to I don't talk anymore about this. He looked away, his lips thinning into a line, and rubbed at his arms. But I kinda don't want to go back home either. Can I stay a little longer, just doing something else? Yeah. Cove perked up at your response, a smile appearing on his face. He immediately took a seat on your bed, not afraid to get comfortable in your room. You felt a little better at the sight somehow. You still had a lot of worries, but you were glad he was here. And not just tonight, you were glad he came into your life in the first place. There was a change. That was a change you would never want to undo. Who would have thought Cove would mean so much to you? You certainly hadn't in the beginning. You had kept your distance and so had he. Now you considered him to be one of your closest friends. Whoa there, that's a little close, man. You joined Cove to your bed, taking a seat across him. You smiled again, but you could tell it was half-hearted. He was still easy to read. Though he didn't want to talk about his mum and dad, he must be thinking about what happened and what's about to happen. You had no idea how to make him feel better, though you wanted to try anyways. Hopefully your presence was helping. Surely it was. Conversation was stilted and broken, often by silence at first. Then both of you were able to get into your usual candor. As your secret hangout session stressed on, you thought that you truly wanted to keep having moments like this with him. You hoped the day would never come when life decided that the two of you would have to part ways. And you knew Cove felt the same. You opened your tired eyes, groaning as they adjusted to the bright light that was streaming through your window and warming your peachy skin. With a loud yawn, you rolled away from sunlight and blinked a couple of times, calling the sleep from your eyes. Must have fallen asleep while you're hanging out, but couldn't think. You rubbed your face and yawned again, contemplating whether you... blah 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 blah. Wait. So quickly that you needed to get Cove out of the house before your mum or Elizabeth walked in and found him, you willed your body to get a move on and swung your legs over the side of the bed. Yep.
Hey!
Shh. What? The situation, Jonathan. Oh my god, I fell asleep. Oh jeez. The red looked at her frantically. Cove's hands flew up to his face, letting out a sigh of relief when he found his glasses right where they were supposed to be. Despite that, he hadn't calmed down completely. This atmosphere was still frazzled. You whispered to Cove harshly, trying to keep your voice down. Won't get past long too quiet. Letting out a heavy sigh, he ran I'll see you later. You were confused by how all this had played out, but I hoped that was true. Right, bye Cove. At that moment you were suddenly wrapped in a tense embrace. As panicked as he was, this seemed to be something he couldn't forget before leaving. Thanks again. You're a good friend, Airi. He firmly whispered the words onto the top of your shoulder. But you let go before you had the chance to respond or even fully react. Oh my god, it's 1:40. Holy shit, it's 4 hours. In a matter of seconds, he had climbed over your bed and opened the window. A cool breeze rolled off the ocean, fluttering through Cove's hair and filling your room in its salty scent. Good luck, be super careful. You weren't sure if he heard you or not, but he kept going along, one foot in front of the other with increasing speed, till his form disappeared out of sight. He ran off towards his house without stopping, disappearing from the It was a habit of yours. You straightened up your sheets, smothered over your comforter, and fluffed the pillows across. They're tapping. Good morning, Elizabeth.
Why?
Why are you being so weird? You haven't even done anything your sister. You turned and offered a tight smile, and her lips pursed even tighter. Airi? I'm not. But you knew better. Further suspicious squinting occurred. But ultimately she rolled her eyes and you weren't sure if you were in trouble or not. She didn't seem to care enough to dig any further. Whatever. Then she walked straight out the front door. Today you were extra glad for it, though you were also grateful she hadn't left the house and risked running into Cove. It looked like you were getting away with that. It was a perfect balmy summer afternoon. You had just decided to head outside and find something to do. You hadn't decided what that something was just yet, but you were sure something would pop up to occupy your time. As you were heading out the front door, you paused a moment. You hadn't seen Cove since he had left that morning, and you couldn't help but think about what happened to him. Would it be bad to go over his house right now, or to call him to check him? And you stepped out of your house, still stuck in an internal debate with yourself, when a voice caught your attention. Hi, Airi. Confused, you looked over to where an unrecognizable woman was waving at you. A friendly smile plastered on her face. Oh, it must be his mum. Racked your memory for where you might have seen her before, but nothing came in mind. Not your school or from the country club your mums took you to. You had absolutely no idea who the woman was. The woman crossed the road towards you, and you were a little unsure whether you should stay put or go back into the house and lock the door. Yep. So that's where he got the jeans from. Oops, I'm sorry, was that presumptuous? I've heard about you, but you have no idea who I am, do you? You shook your head, and she removed her sunglasses to reveal sparkly ocean blue eyes. All of a sudden, she seemed a little more familiar. Her son lives here, and my ex too. With a bent smile, she lifted a hand to point out the condo across the street from your own house. She was Cove's mum. You don't know why you hadn't realized sooner, now that you've gotten a good look on her. No matter your thoughts on her, you still felt taken aback that she had appeared here so suddenly. Cove mentioned she was coming, but you hadn't gotten the impression that it would be the very next day. The very next day, oh god. She extended a hand again, this time for you to shake, and you studied the manicured fingers in front of your face and the assortment of bracelets that dangled her wrists. I'm Kyra Priest. You can call me Kyra. You shook her hand. You reached down and out and shook her hand. She shook yours firmly, grinning wide. I'm Airi, but you already know that.
That I do.
That I do. Cove mentioned you to me before. It's nice to officially meet you, Airi. Cove talked to you about his mum. He hadn't mentioned how he said things about you to her. Considering just how tall he had grown, you kind of figured his mum also would have been tall, but she was way more on the short side for an adult anyway. Anyways, Cove's height must have come from his father. Yep.
My baby.
When he finally crossed the road, he looked up. He gave you a pitiful look after the way he had acted last night. You knew he must be feeling mixed up about this. You tried to resolutely express that you understood. Cove and I are heading into town to grab something to eat while the snort is at work. You soon snored, Mr. Holden. They'll give me an excuse to meet them, which I need to do at some point. It's important to be neighborly, and if I'm going to be roosting on the street for the time being, any hoosies, let's go. Kaya walked over towards your house, and you hung back with Cove, who crinkled his nose as he watched her.
Sorry.
I'm really sorry about her, but I really do want you to come. I don't want it to be just the two of us. Not right now. What happened? Did your dad know you were gone? Cove shook his head and sighed heavily. Dad was so focused on Mum showing up that he didn't even notice. I thought when I heard them on the phone last night, it was something they were planning for the future. This morning Dad said it was supposed to be a surprise, and I guess I was surprised. She's going to be here all summer. Oh, you were surprised to hear that too? Cove sighed again, even heavier. I'll go with you if you really want me to. He smiled, his shoulders relaxing a little in relief. Thanks, that'd be cool. The two of you headed over to where Cove's mum had just knocked on your front door and stood behind her. Mum answered the door for a minute, her eyebrows lifting in surprise at the group she found in front of her. You realize that, like you, she would have no idea that it was Cove's mum who was hanging with you. However, after blinking at the woman a couple times and looking between her and Cove, the realization seemed to strike on her. Hello there, I'm Pamela.
I see.
And you've met my kid, Airi. I'm guessing you've already known Cove for a while. Kyra laughed, and you and Cove exchanged looks at your parents. Weird sense of humor. I'm Airi Briggs, Cove's mum. It's nice to meet you. A head of purple-brown hair caught your eye as Mom popped up behind, Mum squeezing herself beside her. We have company. I was wondering what all the commotion was. She grinned excitingly at Kyra. The two of them introduced themselves and shook hands.
Hello.
Hi, Airi. Hi, Airi. Cove. Cove smiled at Charlotte shyly. She gestured a hand towards the living room. There's no use hanging around in the doorway. Why don't you come in? I laughed, but I promised to take my son out to eat, and I wouldn't want to hold you up in a surprise visit. Cove grimaced and held back a groan. He likely took offense at how she didn't want to put them out with a surprise visit, but not him apparently. Oh, I understand that. You're welcome to stop by anytime.
Of course.
I'll take you up on the offer when I can. Count on it. Would you mind too much if I went to Cove with Cove and I? My treat. We won't be driving, just a quick walk down the road. Sure, that sounds nice.
Have fun.
I hope you will have fun. You gave your mums a look, and they smiled at you fondly. You could tell that Cove really needed the support, and you're ready to be there for him.
Marvelous.
Your parents waved goodbye to the three of you as you backed up onto the street. There was the sound of the front door closing behind you. I'm pretty positive I saw some restaurants when I was in the taxi, not too far from here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tourist town, isn't it? There's a lot of them around. Well, you sound like the area expert. Do you have any recommendations for a place nearby? Not really. Kara pouted at him a little and turned to you instead. How about you, Airi? Wanna point me to the right direction? You'd been to a lot of places in town, so you knew a couple of good ones. There's a Chinese restaurant that me and my family go to all the time. It's my mum's favorite. There's also a tropical themed place that tries to be sort of fancy. Both sound like a treat. I'll leave it to you to pick well since Cove is going through a phase over there. He huffed at her and turned his face away. Okay.
Thank you.
Will you show us the way? You nodded, taking the lead of your little group as Cove and his mum followed behind you. Together, the three of you left the neighborhood behind. The walk was about 15 minutes, and along the way, Kara asked a lot of questions about the area. Cove was quiet most of the time, so you ended up answering her instead. Kara explained that she lived in a large city, and she loved how peaceful and relaxing everything seemed in Sunset Burn. The restaurant was busy as usual, but luckily you were shown right to a small table. Kara lowered herself into the chair while Cove picked the one diagonal to her, not facing her or to her side. It was awkward. Let's see to start. What should we all like to drink? I'll have an orange soda.
Noted.
Airi? Which flavor? Cola. Kyra placed the order for your drinks, getting to a black hot coffee for herself, and it didn't take long before they were brought onto the table and set in front of you. I took a long sip of your drink as you looked around the restaurant. Your small group checked over the menus, deciding what to order. The last time you came here, the dish you ordered was amazing. You wanted to order something different this time. Kara and Cove didn't need any encouragement for this. They were totally focused on the information behind them. Soon, the meals too were ordered and the menus taken away. You glanced at the table service, waiting to figure out what to say. Cove awkwardly sunk back further into his seat and crossed his arms, all while blatantly avoiding his eye contact. The side wall must be real interesting to him right now. His sour feelings today were unignorable. Instead of asking more open questions he'd brush off, Kara had mercy on his son and instead to put her focus on you.
So?
I've built up a lot of sketchbooks. My computer at home doesn't seem to have all the programs I need. Sick. We didn't have one at home, so I only get to practice when I go to lessons though.
Thanks.
To learn about you, there's so much I hadn't heard. Cove lays the details out. So what exactly did Cove... Are you really asking about this in front of him? I can't tell you that. I didn't come all the way to embarrass my son. Too much Kids are delicate at this age, yep. She laughed again and you glanced at Cove to see his reaction. He cringed, looking very much he would rather be anywhere else but here. Hoping it would clear some of the tension in the air, you decided to ask Kyra a few questions of your own. Cove hadn't told much about her, but you were curious to know more about this woman who was such a big part of his life. What exactly do you do for your work? I'm a travel writer for magazines and things. I keep people in the loop on what's worth showing. It's good work. Wow. Nevada, have you ever been there? You shook your head. It's a beautiful place. Check it out if you can. Spend time with my little boy, of course, and traveling. A real shock, huh? It didn't seem to bother her that the conversation dropped off. Cove sipped his soda angrily, slurping the remaining drinks with his furrowed eyebrows. He looked ready to run straight out of the restaurant. You weren't sure if coming along had ended up making the lunch better or worse. Cove eventually noticed you were watching him and gave him a look to let you know you were there for him. It was subtle, but you swore you could see the hint of smile tilting at the corner of his lips.
Very cute.
Huh?
Seriously?
Okay.
Seriously, baby? What did Mum do to make you this mad? I haven't even been around a full day yet. He gripped the edge of the table, refusing to make eye contact. The words he spoke were barely audible over the din of the restaurant. You could have told me. She leaned forward not to miss anything else, eyebrows raised. Told you what? That I wasn't gonna visit you this year, that no.
I see.
Surprise. Refraining that as a Clifford's surprise almost caused you and Cove to crack a smile. You had no idea his name wasn't just Cliff. Over 5 years, nobody ever called him Clifford until now. She smoothed her hair out, not letting go her stern look. The more things change, the more they stay the same. They laid out identical sides but smiled weakly at one another afterwards.
I'm sorry.
I can go home. Cove, we can still set up a normal trip at my place before the summer ends.
I mean...
She reaches across the gap and grabs his face and plants his maybe later, not today.
It's alright.
I understand, we can shelf it. Thanks, Mom. Mr. Little... She grinned affectionately at him before turning your way. And thank you, Airi. Huh? What did I do? It's easy to act like a baby with your mom. It's harder to keep that up with your neighbor watching me and everything. And that's how the issue was resolved, at least between Cove and his mother. Oh, he looks different. But eventually, you reach your street. Someone was there to greet your group upon arrival.
Huh.
Oh. Dad. The two walked past him into the condo without sparing another word. Despite the summer heat, their shoulders were cold. Oof. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. He rubbed the back of his neck with a crooked smile, but his eyes were soft as he looked on after them. He's so much like his mum, don't you think? Okay, have a nice... Save. Yes. Oh my god, it's 1:35. What the fuck? Oh jeez, okay, I'm saving. Okay, thank you for coming to the stream, and I'll be playing this game again next week, so yeah, I'll probably definitely try and make a new thumbnail for it. Oh my lord, I keep over saving. Must be a habit from art or something. Okay. Good night everyone. I can't believe I streamed for